Okay, hello everyone. I am Big Nono, and this is, as the title suggests, a Yakuza Kiwami 2 any% tutorial. I've recently gone on a big old grind in this game, and I had, you know how in speedruns you sometimes get good luck, you sometimes get bad luck, sometimes you play well, sometimes you play badly. I've, played better and worse over this most recent grind, but what's been pretty consistent is I've just had the worst luck for most of it. I can't even begin to tell you, like, the absolutely ludicrous ways I've lost some of my runs. And so, near the end of this grind, I decided, if I ever need to take a break from this game and come back again, I really, really don't want to have to teach myself all this stuff again, because just because of how bad my luck's gotten, I've had to come up with a lot of backups, I've had to come up with a lot of alternative strats, save strats, stuff like that, and I want to have it all in one place where I can always access it. And as long as that's the case, why not make it accessible for other runners as well? So this is what we are going to do today. We're going to go way deep into this game. This is not going to be a short tutorial. I know sometimes people don't like long tutorials, but in the case of K2, it really is a thing where if you want a basic tutorial, you can just watch a run. On the surface level, there's really nothing that complicated about this run. So if you don't want all the detail, if you don't want to sit through a lot of me talking about things, just watching a run should serve you well. Like, just by watching a run, you should certainly be able to get a decent time in this game. This is for people who want to really go into it and really understand the intricacies of the run. So yeah, after that preamble, let's talk a bit about some preliminaries. Before I actually start up a run and we talk about strats and tech and stuff like that, what you need to do to prepare your game. First of all, Yakuza Kiwami 2 has a load remover or a loadless timer, whatever you want to call it. So if you're on PC, you should use that. If you're on console, you just time it RTA. We do not use in-game timer in any of the Yakuza runs. In-game timers in these games are just notoriously unreliable for various reasons, so they are not used for the leaderboards. Other than that, currently, actually, hold on, this is a good point. I actually forgot to add this to my game capture. I need to change something here in the layout. There you go. So as you can see, I have Steam's incredibly ugly FPS counter in the upper left corner. The reason for that is frame rate actually plays a huge role in how fast K2 goes, and for various reasons it has been decided to limit the run to 60 FPS. FPS limiting doesn't really change much in the way of tech or strats or anything like that. And, maybe in the future they'll decide to lift the FPS ban. I don't know, maybe in a few years it will get really easy to run this game at 120 FPS and the limit will no longer be necessary, so maybe that won't be a thing anymore. But currently, when you run this game, you need to have your FPS displayed. And the two main ways that the leaderboard allows to do it are either through Steam or through Riva Tuner. Maybe they can allow other methods, but those are the two that are allowed by default. And the best way to limit FPS is not through the in-game settings, because if you don't know, if you go here and limit FPS to 60, it'll actually limit it to more like 40 FPS. And if you limit to 120, it limits to like 60, 70 FPS, something in that range. Look, it's the Dragon Engine. It's not good, okay? There's not much I can say about it. So yeah, the best way to limit your FPS is if you have an NVIDIA GPU, go to the NVIDIA control panel, and somewhere in there's an option to limit to 60 FPS. You can... I assume you can do something like this with an AMD card, but I don't know. Of course, if you're running on console, none of this applies to you because you're just running at 30 FPS no matter what. Other than that, even though I'll talk about this a bit more during the tutorial, but even though there's a load remover for this game, it doesn't really remove all of the loads. Sadly, K2 remains not extremely, but kind of a pay-to-win game. Because some loads just do not get removed. So I would still really, really recommend for your benefit to, if you have an SSD, definitely install this game there. And, you know, anything else you can do to speed up load times, like, you can go to the advanced graphics settings here and knock things down. You can knock everything to the very lowest graphical settings. The thing is, this game looks ugly as sin on the very low graphical settings. So I you know, I want to go fast, but there's a line. So I kind of put it on like low mid quality here, where it still looks kind of passable. The one thing you really have to do for the run in terms of the settings is knock up your FOV to maximum value. And the reason for that will become clear when actually very, very near the end of the run. But all you need to do at this point is that field of vision has to be max to be optimal. And some people hate it. I kind of like it. I actually think it kind of makes these games look like the old PS2 games, which is an interesting look. But you know, if it really bothers you, you can just forego the max FOV and take the L on that. Just like be a little slower in the finale if you don't mind that. But yeah, to be optimal, you're gonna have to go max FOV. I think that's it. Oh, there's actually, I don't think audio settings or game settings have anything that's important to us, no. But controls. There are two things I would really recommend that you do. One, actually both are under keyboard and mouse. So I want to go to battle controls. So for reasons that we will talk about very shortly, you want to have your normal attack, which I will refer to as a light attack, bound to something very comfortable. By default, I think it's left mouse click. I bind it to Q, but I would really just bind it to anything that you find accessible. But if you bind it to Q like me, I would recommend that you, where is the key for this? By default, the map is bound to tab. I would bound it to something that's far, far away from Q, because for me it's fairly common to just kind of fat finger and hit tab while I'm trying to press Q, and that opens up the map, and then you have to close it, and it's a time loss, so I would recommend making that change as well. And I think that's it in terms of preliminaries, so we can just jump into the run now. The moment you select your difficulty is the moment the timer starts. This game has an auto starter and an auto splitter. The only thing it doesn't have is an auto reset. Also, it doesn't automatically split on the last split. That one you also have to do manually. But starting and splitting on each of the intermediate chapters, that works automatically. Unfortunately, the first thing we have to talk about every time we talk about a Yakuza run, we have to start by discussing cutscene skips. There's only two things that consistently go worse with Yakuza games the longer you go on, and that's cutscene skips and pedestrians. We'll talk about pedestrians very shortly. But basically, in this game, when you want to skip a cutscene, it is a long, long process. You know, the cutscene plays, you need to press start, confirm to skip. This opens up the prompt that says skip, yes, no. By default, it's on no because God forbid you'll miss a cutscene. You press left, you pick yes. And, you know, just doing this, just going, is very slow. So what we want to do is we want to mimic this slow movement of just pressing start, confirm, left, confirm by something that's fast. And the way we do that is, you can see my input display in the lower right corner. Basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold the left D-pad and I'm going to alternate mash start and confirm, like so. See, that was very quick. So you're thinking, okay, what's the problem? The problem is you have to do this a lot. And you can actually skip cutscenes in this game from the very first frame they appear. Unlike games like 0 and K1, where you have a bit of a delay until you can skip. So every time you start running this game, you're doing a lot of this. Which is not good for your fingers, my friends. It's not good at all. But that is the way you have to do if you want to be optimal. Again, if you're not going for super good times, you can just skip cutscenes like a normal person. You know, it's not that slow. You're going to lose probably around, I would say, half a minute to a minute over the course of the run. But your fingers will be happier, so it's up to you. What's really more important, speedrun, records, or your body? Obviously, the former is the correct answer, but, you know, to each their own. The graveyard. It's very aptly named because a lot of runs die right here. This is also a good place to talk about movement tech. Unfortunately, K2, unlike some of the earlier Yakuza games, is saddled with a stamina system. So when you just move around normally, Kiryu's just walking around, and then if you hold confirm, he runs. And you have limited stamina in this game. We will handle this in various ways that I will talk about later. One thing I want to mention right now is this game has a very annoying bug that you need to be aware of when you run it, which I have dubbed the interact bug, which is sometimes when Kiryu runs, you will approach something you can interact with, like, for example, this gravestone right here that we're going to have to interact with soon. And Kiryu will just refuse to do it. He will just keep running, even when you... Oh, there, we got it. So you see, even though I let go of the confirm button, Kiryu just keeps running. And sometimes this can go on for a very, very long time. Now, in most cases, it's just an annoying 1 to 2 second time loss. In other cases, it can be very, very bad. So if you ever like start out here, run towards the gravestone, and you can't interact with it, it's normal, it's annoying, but, you know, it is what it is. Let's actually restart that anyway. Maybe we can actually talk about one of the things you want to notice about cutscene skips right now, and we can actually do this like the way I would do it in an actual run. Alright, so, new game, easy, and here come the cutscene skips. So what you're going to notice is I'm going to do what I said, I'm doing the alternate mesh. However, I do stop the mesh for a little bit after each skip. And the reason for that is, other than to give my fingers some rest, is if you don't stop, you can sometimes get stuck. It's kind of a frame perfect way to mess up your run. If you hit the cutscene skip on like a specific frame after you skip the cutscene, it sort of soft locks the game until you alt tab out and back in. So if it ever happens to you, you can just alt tab out to fix it, but to avoid having it occur in the first place, just take a bit of a pause between two cutscene skips. Alright, so now I'm gonna go to the gravestone here, and I'm going to, like I said, hold R1 and mash the confirm button. Why do I do this? This turns out to actually be the optimal way to skip text in this game. Traditionally in Yakuza games, ever since Yakuza 2, you had the option of holding R1 and confirm to skip through text automatically. And in the older games, that's the actual optimal way to skip text a lot of the time. However, in Dragon Engine games, because the Dragon Engine just has to make everything worse, holding R1 and confirm isn't actually optimal. What's more optimal than that is to just mash confirm, and it turns out that even more optimal than that is to hold R1 while mashing confirm. So that's the way we're going to be skipping text. But yeah, you go up here, you mash through those two text boxes, and you pick no, otherwise you get an extra cutscene, which is very bad. And this will start us on the tutorial. And this tutorial, I could write a doctoral dissertation about this tutorial, but basically, this can be a really annoying and frustrating part of this run. So I'm going to go through it like 2-3 times just to show different things you can do. But as far as the basics go, you start with the 4 light attacks. And the thing is, you don't need to hit all 4 attacks. As long as the 4th attack hits an enemy, the game registers it, and it's fine. Now, a bit of a pause here. And you want to, like, use the pause between the 4 light attacks tutorial and the light heavy tutorial. Because the heavy swing is pretty slow. So you kind of want to time it so you hit it just as the second tutorial window shows up. Now for probably the worst part, which is the light, heavy part of the tutorial. This move can drive you mad because it can sometimes whiff for no discernible reason. Like, let's see if we get it. Okay, that time it worked fine. This is a slow tutorial, but it's whatever. I'm just trying to go through it. We will go through this tutorial, like I said, a couple more times after this. So what I do here is I run past this guy, and the guy I brushed up against who turned to me, sometimes when you brush up against him, he will immediately aggro and start a combo. And if you see that, you need to react to it, go back to him and block. And that's a big time save. That's a very, very fast block. If it doesn't happen, that's fine. You still want to run up to this corner, pick up this weapon, and just keep running against this corner, because the way AI works in this game is when you move away from enemies, they aggro onto you. So this kind of encourages them to attack you. And because this is the block tutorial, you are dependent on enemy aggro to go through this quickly. And enemies can sometimes, like I said, attack you right away. They can sometimes take forever to aggro onto you. If you run up against the corner, it doesn't guarantee that they attack you quickly, but it does raise the chances of that dramatically. Anyway, turn around to the enemies. Block. Very good. We got it. So that's good. And now I'm going to evade an attack. And as I get the evade, as you see the OK show up, I do a heavy attack with the weapon I picked up. And what that does is, at this point, we already got through the block tutorial and the evade tutorial. Both tutorials that depend solely on the aggro of the enemies attacking us. So we want as many enemies up and about for this, because that increases the chances that one of them aggros, right? But for the rest of this, we don't really care how many enemies are in the fight, so it is optimal to get rid of 1 or 2 of them at this point. Now, you'll see that one of the enemies I attacked got knocked out, the other still has 1 HP. The way tutorials work in Yakuza Kiwami 2 is, at the start of the tutorial, the game picks one of the enemies in the tutorial and locks that enemy at 1 HP. The thinking is, it wants you to always have an enemy to go up against, so that you don't take all of them out before you got through the tutorial. And you have to always be aware of that, because the way we'll behave in these tutorials will depend on which enemy is the one with 1 HP. And knowing ahead of time who's that enemy is actually going to be very useful. This is the move away tutorial. Oh, I got knocked down. That's a bit of a problem. Anyway, the charge attack tutorial is actually also a big one. Again, much like the light heavy tutorial, you kind of want to time the charge attack so that it hits just as the tutorial box for it shows. You don't want to start charging it when the tutorial box shows up. You want to charge it immediately as the last tutorial box got confirmed. Again, we'll go through this tutorial again, and I'll try to show what exactly I mean. Anyway, at this point, grab an enemy, heat move, and now you just hit him on the ground like that, and you're good. Sometimes that last kick will miss, and in that case, just kick them again. Okay, so let's see the whole tutorial in one fluid motion, basically. So like I said, I start the punches from far away. Again, you don't need to hit all of them, just 1 is enough. Alright, cool. And what you see here, like, sometimes these guys, the 1 HP guy can sometimes get away from you. But the running kick that I did right there, in general, is a really good move to keep in mind, because the running kick actually does a lot more damage than the kick you do just standing up. Another thing you can do, by the way, I forgot to talk about this. Let's wait for some guy to attack me. After the dodge, and after you hit enemies with this, you can also do a back kick. Sorry, I can't get it off. Hold on. This. And the back kick is actually also stronger. It's as strong as the running kick. If you kick backwards, it will actually take one of these enemies out with one hit, unlike the normal kick, which needs 2 hits. All right, like I said, I start charging just as the move tutorial is over. And you kind of need to learn the timing for when to release the charge. You can also look down at the tutorial box and see when it starts fading out, and that's when you can release the button and release the charge attack. Let's go through that tutorial like 2 more times, just see what else we can get. But the truth is, it's hard to, you know, cover all the options you can have in this tutorial. It's confusing that I call both these things a tutorial. It's hard to cover all the variations you can see in Graveyard during a tutorial. Really, a lot of it you're just gonna have to experience for yourself. But maybe we can see like a few more things that I can point out to you that'll be useful. Hey, Patky, what's up? All right. So again, start your combo from far away. Wait like a split sec. Oh, see, there I did it too early. Wait a split second, and that's a really weird thing that can happen a lot of the time. So I complain a lot about the light, heavy part of the tutorial because I think it's probably the worst combo they could have put in the tutorial from a casual perspective. Because a lot of the time the game just doesn't register your last hit. Or, like we just saw right there, it registers a hit on an enemy that's already knocked out. I don't know what's up with that, Dragon Engine, but if you feel like you get cheated a lot in this part of the tutorial, you're not alone. This is just an incredibly inconsistent part of it. But yeah, now we can just finish these guys off. Now again, I'm gonna brush up against this guy. Still no combo. And you kind of want to... With experience, you kind of get a sense of which enemy is going to aggro onto you. And you need to, like, slightly adjust which direction you're facing to make sure you block their attacks. Because if they knock you down, it's just a big time loss. Alright, okay, that... For some reason, that counted as as me dodging, even though I clearly didn't. Whatever you say, video game. All right, and let's do this one more time. Punches, that's fine. Oh, I can't believe I messed up the timing twice in a row. Okay. Got the phantom hit again. Brushing up. Sadly, I couldn't demonstrate what happens when that guy aggroes early, but it's pretty magical. Alright, so if a guy runs towards you like that, you know that he's going to aggro, so that's good. And... oh, good timing. Alright. Now, if 2 enemies are left alive at the end of this, I know I said I would do this in one fluid motion, but I do want to talk about this. If 2 enemies are left at the end of the heat move tutorial, or when you're going to do the heat move tutorial, and you know which one is the 1 HP enemy, always do the heat move on the one who's not the 1 HP enemy, because then you finish him off with the hit move, and the other guy you can just get rid of like that. And that's the tutorial. Now there's more cutscene skips here. We already talked about cutscene skips enough, I think. For the rest of this tutorial, to spare my fingers, I'm going to skip cutscenes in the very slow way, where, you know, you just do all of this. But yeah, to be optimal during the run, remember what I said about the holding left and alternate meshing. Okay, now we're at Kamurocho, and this brings us to another very painful part of the run, which is pedestrians. Pedestrians are the worst in this game. They are really terrible, because they're supposed to have AI that reacts to you properly. Basically, it's supposed to be that you run toward a pedestrian, and like that, he just gets out of the way. Sometimes they won't. Sometimes they will either not get out of the way at all, or like you saw there, they will actually, you know, the AI will not correctly assess where you're coming from, and instead of dodging away from you, they will dodge towards you. So movement in these parts with the lots of pedestrians can be very, very annoying. What helps a lot of the time is to go into first-person mode, because in first-person mode you have slightly better control, and also it's slightly easier to tell what pedestrians are going to do. So at the start of the run, you run up to this vending machine, and we're going to buy 10 Poseidon Powers, which are a vending machine drink that gives you unlimited stamina, and 1 citrus cider. Poseidon Power is going to be one of our best friends during the first 7 chapters of the run. Citrus cider is only used once in this chapter. You may see some older runs of mine when I used to grab 2 citrus ciders, and literally the only reason I did that was that's what the world record did when I watched it. And even then, I think that was a mistake. I don't think there was a reason to get 2 of those. Way back in the past, there was a strat that in chapter 9 that used citrus cider. I'll talk about it a bit when we get to that point. But yeah, basically you need the 10 Poseidon Power, 1 citrus cider. Having purchased those drinks, you continue to be annoyed by pedestrians, and you run up here to tutorial number 2. You can't skip this cutscene, but you can text skip. So remember what I said. To skip text optimally, you hold R1 and press confirm. Now, this tutorial is kind of... It requires really precise timing, so I'll have to do it in kind of a fluid motion. But basically what you want to do right away is you want to skip the text box that comes up, grab the guy to the left, and knock him to the right. Just to make sure that, to try and make sure these guys are grouped together for the next part of this tutorial. Thing is, you want to notice that you can't really grab the guy right after you skip through the text box, because like the hitboxes don't come in correctly until like a small delay or something. I don't know, Dragon Engine shenanigans. But basically, skip this, wait a split second, grab, knock to the right, run towards this, and okay. So what happened there? After you skip the first text box, you get a tutorial for grabs. So what we did is basically we held on for a bit, grabbed the guy, did the grab tutorial by knocking him to the right. And that grouped him up with his 2 friends. Now, the part after that is the part that teaches you to pick up and use weapons. You need to run up to the big cone in the middle of the street and grab that. And then it's like a very... The reason my movement there was very particular is that you want to hit all 3 of those guys, but you also don't want to hit them straight on. So what do I mean by this? What happens if I grab that cone too fast before the tutorial box shows up, it actually still tells me, hey, press B to pick up a weapon, even though I picked up a weapon. I know how to pick up weapons, video game. So you want to be careful about that. You want to approach the cone slowly. And next up, I want to show, I want to try and show what happens, why you need like a specific angle when you use the heavy attack with the cone. Here I grab the cone, and if I'm like right up against these guys, you see how Kiryu does that overhead attack? The problem with that is that it doesn't give us the wide swing that the normal heavy attack does. So you want to not attack enemies head on, but like slightly from the side, like so. And if you do that correctly, then you'll get the same thing as we did the first time we came here, which is Kiryu does the big swing and gets all 3 of these enemies with 1 swing, which is the optimal thing to do. Alright, now weapons. Weapons are very important to this run. And a text box will show up here, and it will tell you need to hit confirm to skip through it, but you can also press cancel. So at this point, I will just mash B, and then D-pad down, grab this cone, and hit both of these dudes. Mash through this. And the idea here... okay, you can't pause here, sadly. The idea here is you want to do a bunch of things. So I'll just let this play. You want to do several things during that tutorial. So you skip through the text box and grab the switchblade by meshing B. Then you mesh D-pad down to put it in your inventory. And then we again are at this point where we want to know who's the 1 HP guy, because that's the guy we want to hit at the very end of the tutorial, naturally. So what we do is we grab that blue cone that's right next to us, and we use a heavy attack with it. By the way, remember that you can, if you hold L2 or left trigger if you're on an Xbox controller like me, if you hold that button, then pressing heavy attack will not trigger a heat move. And that's going to be very, very important. You almost always want to do this unless I specifically say to use the heat move. So yeah, when you use that heavy attack with the blue cone, if you line up the guys correctly, it'll hit both of them. And then another swing after the tutorial that tells you to equip the switchblade will get you down to one guy, and then that one guy you just finish off at the end. But I also want to do this again just in one fluid motion, because that's kind of a lot to take in what I just said. All right, and at an angle, this almost worked. If that green suit guy was a bit closer, that would have been fine. That's okay. It's not the end of the world to use 2 swings. It's not a huge time loss. Nice through the text box, pick up the thing, put it in your pocket, and then notice how when I'm running towards the blue cone, even though I can, like, it kind of looks like you can pick it up right away, you do want to move towards it a bit, because otherwise sometimes Kiryu will try to grab one of the guys running towards you, and that's a time loss. But that was beautiful. Sometimes when you do that heavy attack, you'll not just hit both of them, but you'll also kind of knock them into each other, which causes extra damage. And then you right away know who the 1 HP guy is. So mash A through the tutorial to equip the switchblade. And you actually, the switchblade tutorial is one of the few cases where you don't need to wait for the text box to appear to do it. You can just pull out your switchblade, pull it back in, and you're done with the tutorial. And that's an old red original. I did not know that before I saw him do that. Yeah, at this point, you can just start punching this guy. And by your 3rd or 4th punch, he will just be gone. Again, this one teaches you about abilities, just smash through it, cutscene skip, and this is where we're going to start to use our vending machine drinks. So, again, we don't have enough stamina to run all the way from here to Theater Square. If you try to do it, then somewhere around here, Kiryu will be out of breath, and he'll stop and go like... and you'll lose like 2-3 seconds to that. So we want to use Poseidon Power right away as we get through this tutorial. It's not really that important that you use it right away. I like to use it right after getting out of the tutorial, because then you don't have to rebuild your running momentum in case it breaks during the menu. So I just go into the menu, do this, and this is fundamentally this menuing, this quick use of vending machine drinks. It's really, really important to be optimal in this run, and it's just something you're going to have to get used to. When you first start, you know, you will just do this very slowly, very calmly, but as you get better, you really want to get used to just doing it all in one fluid motion. But if you're a beginner, don't worry about it. It'll come with time. Just, you know, don't try to do it too fast, because then you'll just... you know, you won't actually get it, and you lose more time to that. You know, just practice it. It's all just practice. And this run up here, I actually wanted to talk about this run a bit, because most of this run is pretty self-explanatory. I do like to take a bit of a shortcut here, but since there's like these 2 pedestrians around here, you won't be able to run in a straight shot through this part. So I like to just like run a tiny bit towards this white sign, just kind of brush up against it, and that way you have a clean shot. Come here, skip this cutscene, and immediately during this part, already you want to be pressing X, punch the guy, wait for the charge up animation to finish, let go, and while Kiryu is starting to swing, you want to menu and use your citrus cider. Now, if you're a beginner and you're afraid that you won't be able to keep track of all of this during a fight, it's fine to use the citrus cider before the fight. But it is optimal, since you can't really move during this animation anyway, it is optimal to use the citrus cider here. But again, if you're a beginner, you might not want to worry about this. Just, use it ahead of time and just do the charge deck. But the cool thing about the charged light attack is it gets rid of quite a few of the goons here, and sometimes of all of them. It's kind of luck based. So I use the citrus cider, and as you can see, I'm left with only 2 enemies, just the big guy and one of his goons. And this is actually the common thing that happens almost every time. And the cool thing about this is once it happens, you can use this heat move. And like I said before, heat moves are slow, but this particular heat move is actually pretty fast. And it's a really, really good way of getting rid of enemies when you have 2 left. Now, there's a few other things that can happen here. It's not a bad idea to see these things in motion anyway, so here's me using Poseidon Power. As you can see, usually when I go out of the menu, Kiryu will lose his momentum. That's why I said I prefer to do it as fast as possible, like just after getting out of the tutorial, to not break momentum like that. Let's see if I can get good movement here. Brush up against this. Yeah, good stuff. Navigate through the maze of pedestrians there. Now, you can sometimes be left with more than 2 enemies after the initial swing here. You can sometimes be left with less, as in just the main guy. When you're left with this guy with the fancy shirt, by the way, the guy on the left here, you want to be extra careful because he's very proactive and he really, really enjoys... Fuck, now I'm not going to have the autosave, am I? Oh, no, I do have it. Okay. So he's like very, very proactive, and he will sometimes hit you before you can get off the heat move, which takes away your heat. That kind of sucks. If that happens, you might want to just do like a backwards kick on him, like we talked during the graveyard tutorial, and then finish off the main guy with a combo. I'm still hoping to show one where it leaves us with just the main guy. Maybe I'll just contrive it if it doesn't happen this time. But anyway, yeah, hold X. Wham. Do this. Okay, so let's say... Let's pretend that I got all of them with the swing. If this happens, this is even better than just having 2 enemies left. Because here you can just do light, 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 heavy, heavy. And that's actually optimal. That's the best case scenario. If you're left with more than 2 enemies, then you're just gonna, have to get rid of the goons manually and then do that combo. One thing I will not say at any point during this tutorial is if this happens, maybe just reset. Because as far as I'm concerned, especially if you're starting out, you should basically never be resetting. If you're not like within 2-3 minutes of world record, you always have tons of time saved during your runs. Now, easier said than done. I'm very, very familiar with being even like a beginner at a run and not wanting to continue one with a huge time loss. I will encourage you to, push through as many runs as you can when you're starting out. And don't think about resets when you're beginning. So having said that, I will never say reset if this happens. I'll try to point out fallbacks whenever I have them. And it'll be up to you as a runner to judge what you're willing to reset on during your runs. Okay, so at this point, we're actually going to get a very, very important item, or a set of items. And this is a good time to talk about event triggers in Yakuza Kiwami. So, there's 2 types of things that trigger events, event triggers. And when I say events, I don't necessarily mean story events. It can be just something we do in the run that's unrelated to the story. For example, what we're going to do now is, like I said, we're going to go and interact with a vending machine around here. And to me, that's an event trigger. And there are 2 types of them in Yakuza Kiwami 2. The one is an interact trigger, where to trigger something you have to interact with it, as the name suggests. And there's an area trigger, where something happens the moment you get in a certain area. And we're going to see both of them very soon. Now, the difference between those two is, as you see, at this point in the game, we have fight spawns around. Random enemies running around, causing havoc. Getting into fights with those guys is obviously a huge time loss. We don't want to do it. We want to avoid this by any means possible. And there are several ways of doing it that I'll talk about, but one difference that's worth pointing out between area triggers and event triggers is an area trigger will trigger even if you're caught by a fight spawn. Meaning is, if your next event trigger is an area trigger, you don't care about fight spawns. Because even if they catch you and force you into a fight, you can just keep running to the area you need to get to, and you're fine. Interact triggers, however, disappear almost immediately after a fight starts. And I say almost immediately, well, let's actually show this. I'm going to save here, and I'm going to run through this part a few times. So a lot of the time, you'll run to this vending machine here, and you'll be lucky. There's not a single fight spawn in sight. Hooray, how good for you. However, let's pretend that a fight spawn did see us. Let's just wait for these guys to notice us. Alright. Oh no, look at those guys. Oh my god, they're coming in. What do I do? Okay. And the moment I interact with this vending machine, they disappear. So that's one, and probably the most important way of getting rid of fight spawns is once you interact with a vending machine, and you can do it for a split second, just examine, immediately cancel out, all fight spawns near you will disappear. Now, this is actually very, very useful, and the cool thing about this is sometimes you can make this work for you even after you're already caught by the fight spawn. So let's, for example, do this. These guys see me. Oh my god, oh no, they triggered a fight. I'm going to go up against this machine. Well, the Dragon Engine is weird. It doesn't disable the interact triggers immediately when you go into a fight. It takes like a split second. So I don't know if this is intentional, like intentionally a way to allow you to get out of fight spawns or whatever, or if it's just a quirk of the engine. Either way, even if you got caught by a fight, don't despair. There is a chance that you can interact with a vending machine or something else. For example, taxis. We'll also talk about that later. And yeah, get out of the fight like that. Alright, so let's go back to our save and just do this whole thing in one move. There's a fight spawn there. That one's probably not even going to see us. That's fine. I said all I need about those. But one thing you want to do here, you do want to use a Poseidon power. I like to use it as I'm going up to this vending machine, again, because I'm going to stop at the vending machine anyway, and this means that I don't lose Kiryu's run momentum. Again, if you're uncomfortable with this, you can drink the Poseidon power on the way here. I've actually done that for a very, very long time. This is using the Poseidon power at the vending machine is a change I made very recently, so it's not a huge time loss or anything. Up to you. But once you get here, you're going to get the most... easily the most important item in this game, which is muscle soda. Just mess through this baby, get all 10. Once you see the max amount message, you can cancel out and start running back. And muscle soda is so important. We are going to use it so much. But yeah, here's where I want to talk about something else, which is, oh no, look at this, a fight spawn. Okay, they're not seeing us, so I'm going to force it. Oh no, I got caught by a fight spawn. What do I do? Oh no, the run's over. Oh my god, it's all gone wrong, folks. Oh no. Turns out we don't care. And this is because the trigger we have there is the other kind of trigger I was talking about, an area trigger. So, as you've seen, even though I was in a fight, the moment I went downstairs, it canceled out of the fight and just let me continue. So it's really important at any point in the run that you keep in mind, is the place I'm going to an event trigger or an interact trigger or an area trigger? Because if it's an interact trigger, you have to be careful. If it's an area trigger, you don't care. Arguably, it's even better to get caught because I think you might run slightly faster during a fight than this, but you know, you don't want to force it because that's slow. One little thing before we actually talk about this fight is instead of just running downstairs normally, you want to like hit this wall here at like a 45-degree angle, because the beauty of Dragon Engine physics strikes again. It kind of doesn't know how to deal with you going downstairs at an angle, and it kind of pushes you down extra hard, which is useful in a few places. Now, much like with the citrus cider in Theater Square, we want to use muscle soda at a time when we're already inside an animation. So what's going to happen here? Remember, we have the switchblade from the tutorial bound to left D-pad, so I'm going to pull it out, wait a bit, start the move here, use muscle soda, and hopefully take 2 of these guys out. And then you can just use light attacks. Heavy attacks are really only good for the main boss. Like, he's the only one who will not get taken down in one light attack. So light attacks, not only does the first heavy attack take down the boss, it usually also takes out one of the guys next to him. For the rest, you can use light attacks, and sometimes like the swing of the light attack will actually take 2 enemies down at the same time. Maybe we'll try to get through this fight a couple more times and see if it happens. Next up, however, is the worst part of this chapter. This fight claims many runs. The Daigo fight. This is easily one of the least consistent fights in the game. And why is that? So the strat here is to immediately run up and to the left and grab this bike here and do a heavy attack. Now, how fast this fight is going to be totally depends on where Daigo is in relation to you. If his back is to one of the walls, which, yeah, because of Dragon Engine physics, it can sometimes like weirdly swing around you and be on your left side when you do this. If he's right up against one of the walls, this swing will knock him down right next to you, and you can immediately hit him again. And that's when you finish him off fast, and you're happy, and you have a run going, and it's all good. When you're not so lucky, this will happen. And he'll get knocked away. And when this happens, you kind of need to time your second swing as he's getting up, so you're actually hitting him, but not so late that he can actually block. And that's the mistake I did right there. I waited too long, and he actually blocked my second swing. If that happens, not a big deal, just swing again, but you might have to run towards him because you might knock him all the way down the alley or something like that. I'm going to go through this fight, like I said, a few more times, like 2-3 more times. But at this point, it's good to talk about Feel the Heat. Remember when I told you to bind your normal attack to Q, or whatever other button works for you? If you're like me and you're a fairly mediocre masher or a slow masher, you don't want to rely on just mashing your controller button. So whenever Feel the Heat comes up, I don't just mash X, I mash X and Q at the same time, like so. And there's a weird side effect to this, where usually with Feel the Heat, you actually have to press Y to get it to trigger. For some reason, when you do the double mash, it happens automatically. Like, it automatically triggers the end of Feel the Heat. Okay, that's all good. Let's go through this more fluidly a couple times, just to see the various things that can happen during this fight. So you actually do want to delay a bit here, because there is a small delay before you can go into the menu, by the way. Okay, unlucky. Didn't get the double hit. That's fine. Just light attacks on all the dudes. This tutorial, by the way, only shows up when you save right in front of this. I have no idea why that is. Anyway, swing. Swing. Okay, at least I got the backup. So what you saw right there is that was me timing correctly the second bike swing. If you do that, then you damage Daigo before he can actually block the attack. And then you only need to hit him with a light attack in order to make Feel the Heat trigger. Now, you might ask at this point, isn't there something more consistent we can do with Daigo? Maybe use the switchblade, maybe something else. So I've tested a lot of things. All of the other weapons out of the bike don't do nearly enough damage. So using anything else would be way, way slower. I tested once using a heat move with the bike, which does do the trick, but it's slower than the worst Daigo RNG you can get. I did test light attacks with the bike, and 3 light attacks aren't enough for Daigo's HP. You can do 2 light attacks and a heavy attack, but I find that's pretty much as inconsistent as the strat we use. Plus, because you've used 3 hits with the bike, if he ends up blocking your heavy attack, then you're shit out of luck. You have to actually go and grab another bike, which is very, very slow. So, yeah, I'm afraid that for now we're kind of stuck with this strat. I really don't see anything better you can do, which is very sad for me because I fucking hate this strat, but it's the best strat that anyone's come up with. Everyone hates Daigo. This guy is a huge pain in the ass when you're trying to get a run going. Okay, but this is like the fairly good Daigo when he's... Okay, that was perfect. When he's got his back against the wall, you hit him towards the wall like that, and then you immediately hit him again, and it triggers Feel the Heat immediately. So that's like a best case scenario. This is not common though. The most common thing is what we've seen so far, where he gets like a bit away from you, and there's also a possibility where instead of his back being towards the wall, it's the other extreme where his back is towards the alley, and then you swing the bike towards him and he flies away, and you have to like spend a really long time catching up to him. That's very unfortunate when it happens. But yeah, not a lot of variation to this fight. Basically, swing bike, hope for the best. And if that sounds like a poor strat, swing hard and hope for the best is kind of what we do throughout this entire run. Alright, so... do Feel the Heat. By the way, you don't want to just mash Feel the Heat at max speed, because there is actually, especially at 60 FPS, there's a limit to how fast it can accept your inputs. So just, you need to find your rhythm. It's not about max speed mashing, it's about finding a specific rhythm and sticking to it to be optimal. Alright, and over an hour into the tutorial and we're out of chapter 1. Jesus Christ. That's fine. A lot of things get a lot simpler from this point onwards. The tutorials just have a lot to them. That's why Chapter 1 generally takes so long to explain. Skip this cutscene, pick the bottom option, peacock this guy's mom, text skip, and then pick up this bike, and again, as you're swinging, use your muscle soda, and this guy's done for. Now right here, you're going to use Poseidon Power, because we're going to be running around a lot. We're going to be doing a lot of back and forth running. And this is also another place where I find first person to be very useful. By the way, this is something I picked up from Pandemonium, who is another runner of this game. I never thought to use first person before, but I saw her using it during her runs and realized it makes this running back and forth way, way easier. There are 2 approaches here. You can either walk... This is not a good way of showing this. You can either walk to the left of the pillar or the right of the pillar. I myself am a right pillar guy at this point. And you're gonna want to run down here to the NPC you need to talk to, whose name escapes me, and we need to grab the locker key right there. And as you saw, you don't really need to like stick yourself into this corner here to pick up the thing. Locker keys, or sorry, shiny items in general in K2 have a really, really big interact box, so you can just like run past them and pick them up as you're running. So you're kind of moving a bit while you're picking them up. It's not crucial, but it's a nice little time save. If you're uncomfortable with that, again, just walk up to them and pick them up. That's also fine. talk to the guy, skip the cutscene, and now you're gonna want to run all the way back. And this is a really annoying part to run through because it's really dense with pedestrians. I'm gonna pause right here. It's really dense with pedestrians, so first person comes in handy. Now, as you saw, sometimes there's fight spawns on the way here, and they can be very, very annoying as well. They can sometimes be a lot closer to the middle of that crossing. You can usually just run past them, but if they do catch you, this is an interact trigger, so getting caught by a fight spawn is bad. But just like the vending machines, if you get caught, try running here and getting this interact box like just as the fight is fading in, just after like the purple color goes away. Like you can still, just like the vending machines, interact with this for a little bit of time after they catch you. Anyway, there's a reason to pause here though. We are going to have the fight in Cabaret Grand, and I usually tell you to use muscle soda during your attack animation. Specifically, there are a few fights where I find that using muscle soda during the fight is very awkward and kind of fucks up the flow of the fight, and this is one of them. Now, it's up to you. If you want to use muscle soda during the fight, that's fine. Myself, I personally find it better to use muscle soda here just as I'm about to interact with the door. So again, so as not to lose momentum, I run up to here, use muscle soda, and then like with the inertia Kiryu has, I interact with the door. And you want to stick yourself right here a bit, get like past that sign, and into the fight. Alright, so everyone in this fight, let me just... this is a bad fight already. Okay, that's fine. As you saw right there, the main guy needs 2 heavy attacks with the knife. You need 2 heavy attacks with the knife to get rid of them. The other guys need 1 heavy attack each. And what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to swing to swing to the left in a way that hits both the main guy and one of the grunts. It didn't work that time. Let's try this again. Alright, so I'm putting on the switchblade. Wait a moment. Oh, beautiful. This is exactly what you want to happen. As the main guy is falling down, I can get 1 extra hit on him. You do want to let go of the aim button when you do this, otherwise you'll keep swinging in the same direction and miss him. But you basically swing to the left, hit both of those guys, let go, swing towards the main guy, and then sometimes you can hit both of the guys remaining with 1 hit. It's actually pretty common that you're able to use this, if not just do an extra swing. If you get the situation I got before, where I only hit the main guy and not one of the grunts, again, just do some extra swings, it's fine, it's a pretty minor time loss. In general, there's not really a lot to this chapter, it's a very, very simple chapter, so just kind of get through it and get to chapter 3, where things really start to go crazy. Now, I told you before that I like to go to the right of the pillar. At this point, there's almost always pedestrians here, so I prefer to go to the left. It's really not that important. I don't even know why I'm spending so much time talking about this, but, you know, important to be detailed. You also want to use a Poseidon power here. And yeah, this is... Once you get comfortable... The thing is, when you switch to first-person view... it can kind of give you motion sickness because the camera swings about wildly sometimes, so pick the right moment to go to first person. Okay, this though is this is where things get very, very real. The first chapter, you know, there's a lot of random stuff that can happen, but it's you know, it's hard to lose a lot of time to it. Chapter 2 is very straightforward. Chapter 3 is... In many ways, I kind of think Chapter 3 is one of the harder ones in the run. Maybe like second hardest after Osaka Castle. There's a lot of nuance to this one. Before I actually get to the set piece itself, bit of a movement nuance here. There's something you can do to save a bit of time going up the stairs. Let's see if I get it. Yeah, so... No, that wasn't it. Let me try that again. Now, for this to work, you need to skip through these text boxes fairly quickly. There you go. And that's just like a specific angle you run at. It's not super important, but it does save a bit of time, so that's cool. Okay. Omi HQ set piece. This is where we really start to rock and roll. There's a lot. I love this part of the run. It's very, very cool, but there's a lot of RNG, a lot of adjustments you need to do. I actually want to run through this at least like 2-3 times to show you everything that can happen. So I'm going to mash left D-pad there to pull out the switchblade. And I actually want to point out there's a very rare bug where sometimes Kiryu will actually pull the switchblade out during the cutscene, and he's already standing there with the switchblade in hand when the zoom in happens. So I always like look at Kiryu's right hand to see if it already has the switchblade in it. And if it does, then I know that I can just keep running forward. But just be aware of that, because if you're unaware of it, you can sometimes lose time to that. Anyway, like I said, during the swing, use muscle soda. And here we're just gonna start swinging about. And as this happens, we pick up the Oakwood Katana. Now, during your early runs, and this honestly happens to everyone every now and then, sometimes while you're swinging your switchblade about, you will break this Oakwood Katana. And there is a backup for this. I'll show it later, but for now, let's just go with the good scenario where we got the Oakwood Katana. Now here I like to run back, because like I said, the AI here works in a way where if you run from it, it tries to catch up to you. So now you see these boys are all lined up. Do some light attacks and finish up with heavy attacks. Now, for most enemies, light attacks with the Oakwood Katana will do the trick. For the big boys, you need either a combo or to use the heavy attacks. And the nice thing to know about attacks with swords in general in this game is that if you do the 3-hit light attack, the last hit, the last light attack that you do in that 3-hit combo actually does more damage. So if you calculate it so you hit a big boy with your last sword hit, like we did there, that actually takes them out immediately. And in fact, if you're left with just the 2 big boys, which happens quite often actually, and they're right next to each other, you can do a 3-hit combo, and the first 2 hits will take down one of them. The third light hit will take down the other one. But we'll go through this again and see what happens in other scenarios as well. Either way, you come out here and you want to immediately pull out your switchblade. And I like to kind of tag all of these guys just to make sure they all aggro and actually come after me. Now let's see if I get this. Beautiful. So, good thing to know about switchblade heavy attacks is they actually have like a good hitbox to your right as well, not just in front of you. So if you like position yourself correctly in there, you can take out the guy to your right as well as the big guy in front of you. Just something that's nice to know. And now I'm going to heavy attack this guy, and now I'm just going to start swinging about wildly. And we got another Oakwood Katana. This is also another Oakwood Katana that breaks quite often. But we got it this time. Again, there's backups for when you don't get the Oakwood Katana. We will discuss them later. Alright, so what you want to do with these guys, you want to like slightly walk to the right and then position yourself in a way that you do 3 light attacks. Bam! Just like that, you take all 4 of them with 1 combo. If you need to do an extra swing, it's not the end of the world, but it is optimal to get all of them with just the 1 combo. Now, I'm running here in a particular way, just not to get hit by any of the dagger throwers, because that causes you to pause in place and lose time, obviously. And as you're swinging, typically at this point, even if you're playing really well, you will lose your muscle soda in front of this guy. So I'm going to use one right here and just run past. Now I should point out, when you're starting out, you might run out of muscle soda a lot more. Hold on, I'll actually say more after this. So again, I walk back, draw out some aggro. It's a shame we didn't get the good positioning here. But yeah, basically you go back, draw their aggro, do a combo, and then finish up any stragglers with light attacks. Now, a thing to say in general about Muscle Soda. This run is routed very, very tightly around you needing to take as few trips to Muscle Soda machines as possible, because those aren't really that common. They're only in very specific locations. So when you're starting out, sometimes your first couple of fights in this chapter will take a really long time, and you'll run out of Muscle Soda early. If that happens, just use more Muscle Soda. I'll show you a backup in Chapter 3 where you can get more Muscle Soda earlier than you would necessarily need to if you're more experienced with the run. The most important thing is that even if you're starting out, always be aware of how much Muscle Soda you have left. Always keep track of this bar in the upper left corner that shows you how much you have left, because that's really, really important. If you hit enemies with weapons and you don't have Muscle Soda on, not only will you lose time, you'll lose weapon uses, and the weapon route in this run is fairly tight. Anyway, if I had 3 uses of the Oakwood Katana, I could just use all 3 of them in this barrier. These barriers always take 3 hits. If you have less than 3 uses, 1 or 2, just throw your Oakwood Katana at it and do a 2-hit combo, like I did right there. Ideally, you have exactly 3 uses of the Oakwood Katana to use there. Now here, if you still have Muscle Soda, you can actually knock this guy into the barrier, and as you've seen, he actually took care of one of the hits on the barrier. That's a nice little time save. It's not super important. If you don't get it, it's fine. If you do, it's nice. If not, just do 3 hits yourself. At this point, you're going to want to go to the right here and pick up this Nameless Katana, which we're going to... It's going to be very useful for us. And as you pick it up, you want to start charging your heavy attack. And running back. So this guy's going to throw a dagger at me. I'm going to dodge it. And I want to kind of draw this attack there, because if you don't draw out an attack, he might throw a dagger at you while you're doing this charge attack on the sofa guy and knock you out of it. And then the sofa guy hits you, and it's a complete mess. So yeah, you really want to try and draw out that attack. If not, it's fine. There's things to do about it, but just be aware of it. So at this point, you're going to use Muscle Soda, but you're also going to take advantage of the fact that you're menuing, and you're going to equip the Nameless Katana we just pick up. Again, the Switchblade gets equipped to your left D-pad by default in the tutorial. Obviously, it's up to you what you want to assign the Nameless Katana to. I just assign it to up because that makes sense to me, but you know, it's not set in stone. Anyway, after this charge attack should finish off this guy and open this door. And you actually do want to slide in there because it's slightly faster than Kiri's walking animation after opening the door. That's actually something I should address. Anyway, pick up this sofa. 2 swings should do it. Sometimes you need a third. And immediately start charging your heavy attack after this. Take out this guy. Oh, thank you for the boost, sir. That knife guy can be very annoying, because sometimes he will be throwing a dagger at you and kind of force you to stop after you take out the sofa guy. If he's far away from me, I like to dash forward a bit, like do a quick step forward, just to get that extra bit of movement before I get hit with the dagger. If he's right next to you, he'll give you that little boost, but sometimes he can also like hit you into the corner, so watch out for that as well. After this happens, we're going to come up to the lobby, and the lobby is a really dangerous part of the run. I can't tell you how many times I've like gotten to this part on a really good pace and the lobby just completely killed my run. Or on the other hand, times where I've gotten here on like a mediocre pace and I just got a really good lobby and it completely turned the run around. Lobby is a very chaotic place. During this cutscene, already you want to be holding your light attack button. And you want to hold your left analog stick right and a bit down so you don't get stuck on the railing here. Go down here and do your charged light on this guy. What you want to do next is you want to pick up the plant right here and start swinging with light attacks. And as you're doing your final swing, use another Muscle Soda. And now you just do some cleanup. Oh, that's everyone. Nice. Plant heavy attack on sofa guy and get the hell out. Now that was relatively good, but it can get messy. With these guys, you want to do a running kick at the guy on the right to take him out in one hit, and then you can just do normal heavy attacks on the two remaining dudes. And now for Ryuji 1. This is a very easy fight, but you need to be precise to not lose a lot of time here. So what you want to do is draw out your nameless katana, do a heavy attack, and then immediately do a heat move. And now you want to do this overhead swing. And this is actually kind of a delicate thing to time. If you try to hit an enemy too fast when they're on the ground, Kiryu will just do a forward normal attack and just completely whiff it. If you wait too long, much like Daigo, they might block. You need to hit in that window when they're vulnerable, but unable to block your attacks. And that just takes some practice. What I usually do is take like a small step forward as I'm about to do an overhead swing, and that's my timing method. That like tells me that now I can swing. And now, having done that, you sheath your nameless katana, hit the guy, feel the heat, and you are done. And if that feels like a lot, you're not wrong. Chapter 3 is very, very, very complex. So I'm actually going to go through it a couple of more times. And you might wonder why I don't do like the R1 and confirm text skip here. Two reasons. One, it's just one text box, so the R1 thing doesn't really come into play. Also, I find that it kind of fucks up the movement that you need to do for this. Actually got it there, but yeah. Anyway, can I save here? No. Okay, I knew there was a reason I don't do this. Okay, so let's see how this goes. So again, mashing left D-pad, looking at Kiryu's right hand to see if he pulled out the switchblade prematurely. And now we come out swinging. Ooh, beautiful. By the way, one of the guys in that fight, and only one of the guys, will not go down to one light attack with the switchblade. The switchblade, much like a sword, does more damage on your last hit, so if you hit him with 2 hits or just with the last hit of a combo, that will take him out. But just be aware that there's like one guy that you might need to pay extra attention to. Anyway, we got the oak with katana. That's good. Now, go back, draw them in, wham, wham, wham. And I'm really happy about how that went, because you saw 2 things there. One, you saw how you can take out the big guy with the last hit of the 3-hit combo. And also 2 hits on the other big guy also took him down. So that covers a lot of ground. Alright, go down here, try to get the extra hit. Beautiful. Start swinging. Oh. Now, you won't always, like, once you get pretty good, you might not even need to use an extra muscle soda here. I like to do it because otherwise it just fucks up my timing. But, you know, you can play it by ear. On the other hand, like I said before, you might need an extra muscle soda during this fight. Also, don't worry about that when you're starting out. Again, I will show you a place to get more muscle soda if you need to. But at this point, I'm just going to pick up this Oakwood Katana. And let's try to get the good combo again. Okay, nice. Even nicer, sometimes the last swing will be on an enemy that's near the door, so you're actually already facing the door when you need to go there, but it's not that important. Again, avoid getting hit by daggers. Go here. And you might see that I didn't even necessarily need to use a muscle soda there. But again, it just fucks up my timing if I don't do it. Alright, can we get the good combo here? Oh, beautiful. Alright, this is what I wanted to show too. If you're left with exactly 3 hits, Wham! Just waste them all on the barrier. Good stuff, good stuff. But you do need good luck for that to happen. You do need enemies to bunch up enough that you don't need to use a lot of Oakwood Katana hits. Can I hit this guy too? Oh no! Okay, we didn't hit him far enough just because I messed up. Pick up the Nameless Katana, put it in your inventory. Get out of the way. That's that menu done in full speed. I just used the muscle soda and assigned the Nameless Katana to D-pad up. Go back here. Now, one thing to note about this part, if you get too greedy, you will grab one of those blue vases on the sides instead of the sofa. That's fine. That still one-shots everyone in this fight if you have muscle soda on. But it has a much less wide swing. So it's a lot more common for that to take 3 hits. So I would just say don't be too greedy. Just make sure you grab the sofa. But if you grab the vase, you can still make it out of this fight. It's fine. It's not a big deal. And I always wait a split second there to just make sure that second swing took everyone down. I actually start this. I actually let go of heavy attack around the corner from the sofa guy here. The reason for that is if you wait too long, sometimes, again, this guy will throw a dagger at you as you're doing this animation and will knock you out of it, and that's really bad. Again, you'll just get wombo comboed in this corner, and it'll be a really bad time. So kind of learn to time it so that you're letting go just as you're rounding this corner. Oh, we got a boost again. Nice. Alright, so I'm already charging my light attack. Go down here. Okay, we broke the gun, that's fine. 2 hits, and during the 3rd hit, wham. Now, for this run, we actually need to use 2 handguns. One in Chapter 9 and one in Chapter 13. And you can theoretically get both of them here. Let's see if this happens. This is one. Yeah, this is the other. When this happens, it's good. But if you force yourself to get 2 guns here, you won't always be able to, because sometimes they just break. But getting 2 guns here can be very time consuming. And there's a few more chances to get guns during the course of the run. So I will say, if you're starting out, then yeah, make sure that you get 2 guns here. Once you're a bit more confident, try to be satisfied with getting only 1 handgun. Again, if you get 2 for free, if like you knock out enemies and they're right next to you, the handguns they dropped, then, you know, by all means go for it. But 1 can be enough, and you can get another one later, is something I've said now like 500 times. Anyway, finish this guy off with the plant. And again, I'm gonna run up to the guy on the right here. Like so. Wham, wham, wham. And there's actually a very cool RNG here where sometimes you'll take out the guy on the right and the 2 guys on the left will be bunched together and you'll be able to take them out with the same kick. But it's kind of rare. It doesn't happen too often. It is very nice when it happens, though. Ryuji again. So we pull out the Nameless Katana. Heavy attack with L2 held, then heavy attack without L2 held, so we get a heat move, and the overhead. You saw that little step I did there. QTE. Now, usually Ryuji will do what he did right there, which is dodge back, at which point you can just run towards him and do a little punch on him, and that should trigger Feel the Heat. Sometimes he'll be more aggressive, and he'll start a combo. In that case, you want to react to that by dodging to the side and then hitting him with a punch. Just be aware of that, because if he hits you, he can actually knock you out pretty easily, and you'll lose a lot of time to that. Okay, let's go through this chapter again, and I think this time I'm going to show what happens when you don't have Oakwood Katanas. This is something that's one of the things that make K2 such a pain to practice specific parts of the run is not only do you get a really, really small amount of save slots, it's not even one per chapter, but you also can't really save a lot of the time, which is also a problem with Yakuza 0, but at least 0 gives you as many save slots as you want. Alright. Again. Muscle soda, swing, swing, swing. Oh, this is the guy I was talking about, by the way. So you either want to quickly hit him again as he's falling down, or if he's on the ground, just because you have a limited time before the next phase of the fight to pick up the Oakwood Katana. Sometimes when this happens, I like to put my knife away and then do a heavy attack on him on the ground. So I don't have, like, I have the extra time I would use to put away the Switchblade to pick up the Oakwood Katana. But that you need to kind of play by ear. Anyway, I'm not picking up the Oakwood Katana at all. Not going to use this. So if you have bad luck and the Oakwood Katana broke or whatever, the second best weapon, which I've never seen break, is the long dagger. And the long dagger, you can just, much like with the Oakwood Katana, you can do light attack combos. It actually takes 3 hits on the big guys, but on the small guys, it's still 1 hit each, I think. The long dagger also has a slower swing and less uses, so you will spend more time in that fight, and you might actually break it before you get rid of everyone, but it is the best fallback that I've found for that fight. Alright, we're also going to have a lot less muscle soda, so I might have to use muscle soda early here. Again, that's because of just how much longer it takes with the long dagger. Oh, still got the swing. And here you see, like, before I could actually wait for the end of this fight to use a muscle soda. Now I have to use it pretty much right away. Oh, there you go. Caught him just as he was falling down. Ooh, and we got just enough Switchblade hits. Oh, fuck. Yeah, sometimes you have stragglers up there. That's why I like to tag the guys as I'm coming down here, but it doesn't work 100% of the time. It really sucks when it happens, when they survive. Anyway, if you don't have the Oakwood Katana, as you come down here, charge up your light attack, go a bit back to aggro the guys, do this. Heavy attack should finish up this one guy. Now charge your heavy attack. Ooh, this is going to be very borderline. Actually, it's not borderline. I'm just going to have to use a muscle soda here. But this should be enough. Again, same movement here, except we're doing the charged heavy attack instead of using the Oakwood. Now, during this cutscene, charge your light attack, and in the same way, you're gonna aggro them. Hopefully, you swing at a lot of these guys, but yeah, sometimes this happens. Yeah, as you can tell, you really want to get the Oakwood Katanas, because the backups are slower and way less reliable. But even in world record attempts, I like very, very often, well, not very often, but I sometimes use this backup. If I get here on a really, really good pace, I can still get away with using these backups if an Oakwood Katana broke. So from now on, it's the same thing. Run up here, draw out the attack, muscle soda, nameless katana. So fun. These guys, sometimes they'll be more spaced out and you will have to use 3 attacks, but it's not a big deal when you. Like I said, as I round the corner, release. I thought I could get through before he would, before the dagger would hit me. My bad. Okay, charging my light attack during this cutscene. Go down here. Nice. Broke the handgun though. That's not ideal. Muscle soda here. Oh, that's very unfortunate. That's actually like ridiculously bad RNG right there. One thing I do want to note here, before I finish this section, actually, I don't want to do another run through of the chapter because it's a bit too samey. One thing that can happen during the lobby is sometimes an enemy will drop an Oakwood Katana. That's an Oakwood Katana that's very, very rare to get, which is why I don't necessarily want to run it back, because it's kind of hard to contrive a situation where that happens. However, if you do find an Oakwood Katana at the end of the lobby fight, before you go to the big sofa guy in the entrance, you can use a heavy attack and a light attack on the sofa guy to take him out, and then a 3-hit combo on these guys. And that's very, very fast. If you do get that opportunity, it's very, very nice, but, you know, don't rely on it, because it's very rare that it actually happens. Anyway, like I said, running kick on this guy, normal kicks on those guys. And it is important for it to be a running kick on the guy on the right, because a normal kick will not take him out. He has too much HP. I actually might need to use an extra muscle soda here. Alright. Heavy attack. Do I risk it? I think so. Oh, we did it. Got away with a sliver of muscle soda. Don't try this at home. Like, if this happens to you, use an extra muscle soda if you're starting out. Oh, this is what I was talking about. Beautiful. I'm very glad that happened. Like I showed there, sometimes he won't dodge back. Sometimes he'll do a combo. And then you just have to dodge. Don't try to tank it or anything, because that's a fight that Ryuji will always win. The fight of who can tank better. And okay, that's chapter 3. Now, chapter 3 is very, very dense in terms of combat tech. Chapter 4 is going to be very dense in terms of movement tech and menuing, and general extra things you need to do on the route. Like, in every speedrun, or rather, in most speedruns, you know, you don't just go from A to B, you have to do extra things to be optimal. And this is where we do a lot of the extra things of the run. And this first section actually introduces a new mechanic. Sorry, it actually does this after we get back from the pub. But yeah, going up to the pub, this is an area trigger, so no need to worry about fight spawns. You do, however, need to worry about your stamina. Once you see Kiryu start to, like, you know, do that thing where he drags his leg, you want to use your Poseidon power a bit after Abisupan, typically. Get here, skip 2 cutscenes. And now you need to go back to Sayama. And this trigger coming up is an event. Oh, beautiful. That's exactly what I wanted to see. This is an interact trigger, so we can't be in a fight spawn when it happens. But as you can see, there's a fight spawn here. I just want to show you... this is actually an ideal fight spawn because you can just run past it. I just want to show you how I would deal with this if these guys were turned around and actually facing me. So as you can see, these guys faced me. But for some reason, this green store here has a huge, huge hitbox. And if you're even anywhere near it, it will immediately de-aggro any fight spawn. And as you can see, if I run past them, they, for some reason, think I'm still there, and it takes them a second to realize where I am. Another place you can use for this is Abisupan. Go in here, and it also de-aggroes the fight spawns. And as you can see, it even can work a bit if you're already caught by the fight spawns for a bit after. There will come a point where it, like, there's a barrier that doesn't allow you to get through, but if you're fast enough, you can get through it. You can get into the store before it gets put up. Oh no, okay, that's a big mistake. No, can't believe I did that. That's actually something that's good to point out. So what happened here is I accidentally interacted with this street harassment fight. In Yakuza 0 and K1 and maybe other games, street harassment is a dialogue option. Like, you get the option if you want to help the street harassment victim or not. K2 says, no, Kiryu's a good guy. He always helps people if he notices them in trouble, which is bad for the speedrun. So be very, very careful not to hit A when you're near a harassment fight like that. Whenever a fight spawn gets triggered, the game autosaves, so it gave us an autosave pretty close to where we need to go, which is good. And now we go here, grab Sayama from the car, mash through this. And this part can be very, very annoying. There can be, oh, we got really bad pedestrian spawns. The street is not nearly this busy usually. Now, during this whole section where you're carrying Sayama around, before she bleeds out completely, there will be 2 text boxes that show up, depending on how much health she's lost. By the way, the rate at which she loses health does relate to frame rate. I think the slower your frame rate, the faster the health depletes, but I don't exactly remember. So console really needs to haul ass or have extra time here. I don't know. Anyway, you can see there's a couple of pedestrians on the street that will interact with you and start a dialogue if you're too close to them. One here and one here. So you want to be like, I would say on the left half of this road to avoid the first one. And right around here, when Sayama's health gets down to the second A from the right, is where you get the first text box. And you just skip through that. Now, if you move slowly or you get really bad luck and you get knocked around by pedestrians a lot, you might see the second text box. It's not the end of the world, just keep it in mind and make sure to skip through it if it happens. The worst thing is if you get the second text box next to here, and then you think that you're in the part where you're supposed to skip the cutscene, and it's a bit of a mess. But if your movement is decent, then you shouldn't see the second text box anyway, so it's all good. The moment you start seeing that fade out, you can start skipping cutscenes. And this is where we start a wait section. And this is where we do a bunch of chores to get money for later in the game. So one is here, this sub-story. Skip through this text. Once the camera angle changes, you can skip the cutscene. That interaction gave us 50,000 yen, I believe. And now we're going to run around Sotenbori and pick up some stuff. So we pick up this locker key. Going to pick up the item corresponding to it later. Run to this taxi. Go down here. And I'm doing this quickly because we are actually on a timer. And I want to show what happens when you do this organically during the run. Now, like I said before, items on the ground have a very generous interact box. So you can do stuff like go up here and actually start moving backwards while you're picking the item up. If you're a beginner, don't worry about this too much, but the more you get into this run, the more stuff like this becomes important. That's actually super, super unlucky. That fight spawn is usually behind you and isn't so dangerous. I actually kind of pissed myself right there. Yeah, if this happens, these guys might come chase you down here, but it's fine, because of the way that de-aggroing works, and picking up an item from the ground is another thing that de-aggroes enemies, by the way. They will just run past you, and it'll take them a while to realize that you're in a different place. Anyway, at this point, we taxi to Iwao Bridge. And we are going to pick up another locker key down here. And there's one final thing we need to pick up during this section, which is right down here. There you go. This gold plate. And now we're going to go to Ebisupan. That's a Freudian slip if I ever heard one. Ebisupan. Do this menu, and you need to sell 2 gold plates and a platinum plate. And this is going to give us the money we need for basically the entire run. Having taken care of this, we go up to this taxi, and we want to go to West Sotenbori Street. And now you want to run to the pharmacy. Because if you don't remember from the game itself, next thing you need to do here is buy a bandage for Sayama. And since this entire part is on timer, I should be getting a phone call right about now. Nice. So the reason why we try to go so breakneck during this section is because generally you don't lose any time to movement during the entire section. You can actually make a lot of movement mistakes and still be optimal here. The thing that's really important to be optimal during this waiting section is to have good menus, because menus, and I include both the Ebisu pawn menu and the taxi menu here, the timer does not tick down during menus. It only ticks down during normal movement. You still want to be clean just to be on the safe side, but it's less important. Anyway, once you get the phone call, you can skip it like any other cutscene. And you want to go down here, and sometimes this will happen. Sometimes you'll just mash through and accidentally get a toughness Z. That's fine, because I actually recommend, especially if you're starting out, to get some safety heals. Even though this is on easy, there are a couple of parts of the game where you can definitely die to bad luck or just unfortunate mistakes. And I'll point those out as they happen. Anyway, once this is done, we come back here, talk to character whose name escapes me, and we continue on our trek. So at this point, we're going to go to the mahjong parlor. Sadly, unlike in the original Yakuza 2, you can't talk to this guy 15 times and force him to let you in. Very unfortunate. So once we interact with him, we're going to want to go back to Iwao Bridge. Just one of the many, many reasons why OG2 is a better game, by the way. But yeah, we're going to come up here and we're going to talk to a guy in Club Sega. Basically, once you get past the Virtua Fighter trigger, you can start mashing A to interact with this guy. Pick the bottom option. Skip the text. And immediately cancel out of this and do a cutscene skip here. Now, notice, you want to really stick to that corner like I did right there. Otherwise, you will brush up against the chair next to the arcade cabinet, and that will cause Kiri to pause for a moment. So try to be a bit closer to the corner. Now, out here, actually I can see on the map, right? Okay, so we actually have a fight spawn here. Sometimes you'll get a fight spawn right outside of Club Sega out here. And what you want to do if that happens, you want to abuse the fact that picking up items from the floor de-aggroes enemies, and you want to pick up this thing. And this should give you the breathing room you need to get past them. Now, there will almost always be a fight spawn around here, either right here in the corner or around here. Now, in many cases, you can just run past these guys, especially if they're in this corner, you can usually run past them. If they're walking towards the taxi, you can run past them. If they see you here, you gotta de-aggro them, or despawn them in this case, which we do by going up to this vending machine. Now, a lot of the time, you might see me or other runners get greedy here in certain situations. You can get greedy once you get some experience with the game. If you're a beginner, then, you know, just play it safe. Getting into a fight spawn is a huge, huge time loss. It really, really sucks. And it'll also probably fuck up your muscle soda situation. So that's something to keep in mind. Anyway, at this point, we go to Bishamon Bridge. Talk to these guys. Now, fun fact. I hate saying fun fact. A fact that you might want to know. If you have over 5 million yen, you can actually pay these guys and avoid this fight completely. And that's actually the optimal thing to do in New Game Plus. But of course, in New Game, there's no realistic way of having that much money here, so you gotta fight. And what I recommend doing here is you wanna, like, if you look at my input display, you wanna have your analog stick down and a bit to the left. You kind of want Kiri to go backwards, but turn to the left as he's doing it. And kind of do the same thing coming back. So we go back like this, pick up the sign, face these guys, and during the swing, use Muscle Soda. And this will almost always guarantee that you will get all of these guys in one hit. That's true of every fight in this game. Sometimes there will be stragglers, sometimes things will not work 100%, but I find that that particular movement makes it much, much more likely that you'll hit everyone, just kind of the way that it causes them to group up. Anyway, once we do this, we go up here and we pick up the locker key items that we picked up. Now, what I like to do with this is I just mash A, and then I like mash down and left, mash A, mash left, then I overshot the thing. And the reason why I like to go like this is that the first time I go to the left in one of these lockers, that's like a visual cue for me that I have control back after mashing through the item box. And then I know that I just need to do a left and up. If you want to be test-like, you can be even more efficient here and actually use diagonals, like just do this. But that requires you to be really, really confident that you're gonna have perfect timing. I don't have that confidence. I applaud you if you want to go for it. I personally think that this is fast enough. Anyway, we picked up 3 things, all of which, well, 2 of which we're going to use now, 1 we're going to use later. And now there's the big menu here, and I generally like to do it down here, just because it gives me a bit of extra time to think about what to do here. So there's 3 things we do in this menu. 1, we're going to use another Poseidon Power for stamina, because we're going to run a lot during this final section. Then we're going to equip the Oakwood Katana we picked up just now to the left D-pad slot. And then we're going to equip the Blood-Caked Chainmail that we picked up to our middle gear slot. So I'm going to try and do it fast. Hopefully I don't embarrass myself. One thing to note before I do it, and this is why I always give myself time to think before I do this menu. What you exactly need to do during this weapons part of the menu depends on how many guns you have. Because as you can see, we have 2 handguns, so the Oakwood Katana is in the rightmost slot. So you can actually equip it by just pressing confirm, left, confirm. If you only picked up 1 gun, you'll have to do confirm, left, left. Sorry. Okay, I forgot that this cursor remembers where you were. Confirm, left, left, confirm to get to the Oakwood Katana. And if you have none of them, then, I mean, you could do 2 to the right, but I prefer to be consistent and just do 3 to the left. But you should almost never leave Chapter 3 without any handguns. But the point is, I like to give myself time to think, like wonder, okay, how many handguns I have left, I picked up in Chapter 3, and then I think ahead of time what exactly I'll need to do down here. So let's try to do it all at once. There you go. Perfect. That's ideally how your menu should look. Again, if you're starting out, remember, menuing, in general in speedruns, menuing is the hardest thing to get quickly. So don't stress yourself out when you're starting out, but that's ideally what you want to do. You want to just blaze through it. Because the difference between a quick menu and a slow one is really underrated, I would say. Now, coming up here, as you can see, we already have a fight spawn here. This is a good fight spawn. These guys will not see us until we're very close to this interact trigger, and they can't do anything to us anyway. But sometimes these guys will be walking down... sometimes they'll be walking down here, in which case it's kind of a YOLO, but you can usually kind of run past them. If they walk down here, you need to either... I'll show you right here. If they're like facing you right here, you want to either interact with this vending machine or kind of do like take the long way around them. And they're turning around actually, so I may have spoken too soon. Yeah, they're actually gonna see us. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Okay, I made it. But that usually will not happen. Like when they're like that, they usually won't bother you until you talk to this guy. That's just an artifact of the fact that I stopped to show you the vending machine. Anyway, after you talk to this guy, this despawns fight spawns anyway, so it's all good. And I've never seen fight spawns in this part. Like after you talk to this guy and run to the taxi, I don't think it's possible to get one. I want to briefly talk about taxis because I've used taxis a few times, but I haven't really spoken about them. First of all, much like vending machines, you can use taxis to despawn fights, and that's something that's going to be really useful in Kamurocho a few times. I know one of the things people really like to do in Yakuza runs in general is just try to be super mega optimized with their taxi menus. Like you'll see people go up to a taxi and like try to go like and immediately confirm where they're going to with the taxi and not even look at anything. People are like, oh no, I lost a run because I taxied to the wrong place. And in this game, it's actually a really... It can lose you a ton of time because some of the places you can taxi to, you can't taxi from, which is not a thing in Yakuza 0 and Yakuza Kiwami. It's cool to try and be optimal, but pace yourself. When I go to taxis, I do try to be kind of fast, but I always take a split second to look. I don't just do this, like I just did right now. I'll typically go up to a taxi, do as many inputs as I think I do, but then I'll stop and look. And I really recommend you do this. I really recommend that you don't throw good paces away just to trying to save half a second on making your taxi menu super optimal. Don't get me wrong, I respect the desire to be super optimal, but you know, you gotta pick your battles with speedruns. One thing you want to keep in mind, usually getting to this spot next to the Mahjong parlor, for most places in the run at least, it's 3 places down on the taxi menu. Specifically when we come here from East Sodenborg Street, it's 2 down. So just keep that in mind. Alright, but now there's really... what can I say about the upcoming fight that will prepare a new runner for just how terrible this is? This is easily one of the worst parts of the run. Yeah, I don't think there's any argument that this is one of two just... one of the 2 most frustrating parts of the game, for sure. Let me save right before talking to these guys. So this is a good part to talk a bit more about my technique with cutscene skips. You don't have, obviously, to do the same things I do, but I think it will be useful to just explain how I approach these things. So we're going to come up to a cutscene skip, followed by a text skip, followed by some dialogue options. So let me just get through those real quick. So, talk to this guy. Pick the bottom option. Now what's coming up here is there's a bunch of cutscene skips, and then there will be, during these cutscene skips, another dialogue option. And in general, what I do, I told you that the technique for skipping cutscenes is to hold D-pad left and alternate mesh start and confirm. And this is because I'm a guitarist and my left-hand fingers are a bit faster. What I like to do is, like, I turn around the controller and this is, if I had a webcam, this would be much easier to explain. But you know how you have like these 2 handles on the controller, and obviously you hold the right one with your right hand, the left with your left hand. What I do when I have a long sequence of cutscene skips is I actually move my hands so that my right hand is grabbing the left handle, and my right hand, I bring it over to the side, and I like hold the controller at a 90-degree angle. And I use my my pointing finger and my middle finger to mash the start and confirm buttons respectively. So I'll do that like this. 2 cutscenes. Now, at this point, I'm actually taking the controller back and I'm holding it normally, and I'm skipping it like this because I want to be able to press D-pad down to pick this dialogue option and then immediately start cutscene skipping again. So these last 2 cutscene skips, I actually use my normal grip for. And I know that's a complicated explanation. The point of this isn't to make you do the same things as I do. Just know that there are options for how you hold the controller. Try to come up with the thing that makes more sense to you. For a lot of people, you will probably mash faster with your right hand than your left hand. Just keep all of that in mind. That's how I approach it anyway, the cutscene skips. But yeah, this fight is a lot to take in. I will do this 2-3 times probably just to show you all the things that can happen. But this fight is a shit show because the enemies here are just spaced out in a very awkward way, and it's really hard to take care of all of them efficiently. Basically, the idea is all of these guys are, you know, in between all these tables, and you want to make sure they stay there. You don't want them dragged out. You want to make sure they're all grouped together because we're going to pick up a big weapon and swing it around, and we want to make sure that we take care of them in as few swings as possible. So let's try to see this in action. So yeah, I'm aiming here to go right between these guys. Okay, good. And now I'm going to pick up this trash can, and you can see that I try to walk a bit towards them, and basically what I'm doing there is I'm trying to push them in so they remain in that confined area. During this swing, I'm going to use my... Oh, that was almost a big mistake. I'm going to use my last muscle soda. Okay, oh, this is actually pretty good. Okay, that's almost ideal. Sometimes you can get those guys in 2 swings, but basically this is how you want it to look. You want all of them to remain all in the center of that room. You want to keep them packed up, essentially. Let's do that again. I'm actually glad that went so well, because now I can just show you what happens when you fuck it up, and how bad it can be, and what are some possible backups. Interesting thing to notice about K2, most of the time it reacts to you letting go of a button instead of just pressing a button. You actually need to let go of the button for this game to react a lot of the time. And coincidentally, you may find yourself mashing A a lot. For example, here, if you let go of A too soon, you will pick the don't pay option, which is the wrong option. Just be cognizant of this and be very careful of when you press or let go of a button. Anyway, let's see maybe a more scuffed version of this fight. So again, I'm trying to keep them all in, so I'm trying to like squeeze between these guys. And now I'm trying to swing. Okay, excellent. So you see, these guys just got past me. I didn't manage to squeeze them in. Also got some bad RNG. So this is going to be a lot worse than the last fight. Still managed to get one of the guys behind me. But yeah. So in this case, we have 1 survivor. So there's several things you can do here. One thing you can do is you can pull out the oak wood katana we used before to finish the guy off. I recommend not to do this because the weapon route is kind of tight here. Another thing you can do is pick up a furniture like a chair or a table or something like that and finish the remaining guy with that. Or sometimes just a charged punch will do. Some of the goons here will get taken down by 1 charged punch, light attack. Sometimes some of them will require an extra punch after it. Either way, I find that's kind of the best way to clean up. But yeah, sadly, there's not a lot I can tell you to make that fight consistent. That's really one of the least consistent fights in the run. It's just something you learn to deal with. You learn how to improve your odds of getting a good fight by having good movement. You learn to deal with bad luck, but there's really no silver bullet here. Coming out of this fight, use a Poseidon Power because we're going to do a bit of running. And since we used our last muscle soda, we're going to stock up here. Now, a lot of the time, you'll have a fight spawn right here, like usually coming right out of here. In which case, you really want to rush the vending machine. If you think the fight spawn might catch you, there's actually another vending machine down this street around here that you can use. Most of the time I find this will actually increase your chances of getting caught by the fight spawn. But just know that it's an option. If you're really scared, you might want to go for that one. I will typically pick up the muscle soda from here. And this is also, you might remember we were already in this intersection at one point. When we started the waiting section, we went up here, we did the sub-story, went up here, grabbed the locker key, and then we taxied from here to here. If you run out of muscle soda during chapter 3, or even remain with just 1 muscle soda, before you go up here and try to grab the plate, you want to go to this vending machine and fill up already. Because you need 2 muscle sodas for this chapter. 1 for the Bishamon Bridge fight and 1 for the Mahjong Parlor fight. Anyway, at this point we stock up muscle soda. Let me just quickly show you the other vending machine is here. One of the reasons I don't really like using this one is there's like this awkward sign in the middle. Oh, I just went past it, but sometimes you'll get stuck against it. It's not ideal, but yeah, it's a possibility. And as we come up here, oh my god, it's the Hostess Club minigame. So you go through this, you want to just skip cutscenes, you mash B here, A, left confirm, and you just skip with A through this. And there's nothing you can do to speed this up, so this is a great time for a break. Once the timer runs out, you have a few seconds, and here you just want to mash A while holding D-pad left, because right after this, there is a cutscene skip, run to the door, hit confirm, and you want to run over to the pub here to finish the chapter. So again, I do the first 2 cutscene skips here with my messed up 90-degree hold, and then the last one normally, and then you can just start running. So let's see if we have... Do we have... Okay, excellent. Actually, I don't know if this fight spawn will be towards us or if it's walking away. It's coming towards us. Excellent. So you might think, oh no, fight spawn right here. Luckily, at the start of chapter 5, you always get this phone call, which immediately despawns any fight spawn you might have here. So that's a nice little bonus. You need to go to Tojo Clan HQ. When you go to places in the plot that you can only access via taxi, meaning Tojo Clan HQ, or in chapter 15, the Tokyo Police, and maybe there's a couple more I'm forgetting about. Oh, Osaka Castle in chapter 12. It's always the top option. So in that case specifically, you can always just hold R1 and mash confirm through the taxi dialogue, and it'll just get you where you need to go. So coming down here, you have these stairs. For a while, I was thinking about doing something similar to chapter 1, where like I go at this angle. And sometimes that works, but sometimes that can also like throw Kiryu off, and he's like rolling towards this part and going all the way, and it's kind of wonky. So I wouldn't risk it. I don't. Yeah, something like no, that still works. Anyway, it's a bit wonky. I don't do it in runs, but it's something that you can think about if you wanna have some fun with wacky Dragon Engine movement. Hey, you come down here, skip a cutscene. Once you skip through that text box, you can skip the cutscene again. And now you want to run up here and go to the right, which I find more optimal. And you want to like go through here and talk to this guy from over here, because then you can just walk over to the bullhead, skip the cutscene, and open up the secret room. Now, the only item that the game forces you to get is the Demon Fire Dagger right there. We're going to pick up 2 extra items as well. We're going to pick up the Nameless Katana, then Demon Fire Dagger, and then the Technique Tome. Very, very important items. And now we just go through the normal plot stuff. And now we're coming up to the fight with... It's called Mysterious Assassins, even though there's just one, but it is what it is. And at the very beginning of this fight, we have a big menu. So you want to mash D-pad left, and as Kiryu is pulling out the sword, you're gonna want to menu. We try to menu, like I said before, either during a swing or sometimes during pulling a weapon out. And there's a bunch of things we need to do here. First of all, as always, we're going to use Muscle Soda. However, we're also going to use the Technique Tome that we just picked up, and the Spirit Tome, which is the third item I didn't mention in Chapter 4 that we picked up. After we do this, we also want to upgrade our stats. So you're going to go into stats, immediately left button, you're gonna upgrade sprint to level 1, give us a bit of extra stamina, and learn EXP gain 1 and 2. Very important. After that, from this point onwards, we are already relying on weapons a lot. This is just going to be even more so from this point onwards. I think even casually when you play K2, you very quickly understand that weapons are unbelievably overpowered in this game, and we're going to take advantage of this. So we will learn the first weapon attack upgrade, weapon attack 1, and I'm actually going to press X at the beginning of this, because when you press X, it changes the order of items and you get weapons like right here instead of all the way down. And after that, we're going to boost our attack to 116. So in one move, it's gonna look something like this, and I hope I don't mess this up. 3 confirms to get through learning an ability, and now we can just mash up to 116. Wham, wham, wham. 3 heavy attacks, and that should be the end of it. Now, something to note is that, especially when you're starting out, sometimes you'll have enough experience to upgrade your attack up to 118. That's neither helpful nor damaging. You can just mash, and if you get 118, that's fine as well. sometimes you can get some extra XP if you break more items. And you generally break more items when your movement isn't as good and you need to use more weapons against enemies in combat. So that's the reason why sometimes you'll be able to upgrade a bit more. Don't worry about it, doesn't really matter. It's something that'll just go away with time. Either way, run up here, pick the bottom option to go back to Kamurocho. And now, here's a bit of a safety strat. I actually want to look at the map here. So you're almost always going to have a fight spawn around here. As you can see, this fight spawn is walking away from us, so we can actually run past it and it's not a problem. However, it's kind of hard to tell, at least for me, if there's a fight spawn here and if it's coming towards you, because I don't want to open the map during a run, because that's very slow. So I just always interact with these vending machines. Always, always, always. And, you know, it's a bit of a time loss. If I'm on a bad pace, I might YOLO and not do it. But almost always I'm going to swing by there, interact with the vending machine just to be on the safe side that I don't have a fight spawn, and then come here. Anyway, what you want to do up here is you want to get a beer and women's underwear. That's the items you need to get to Sama. As you saw, I also picked up 2 toughness Z's. Again, that's fine. Having extra healing in this game is not a bad thing. I usually try to get only 2 toughness Z's and only get them here, not in the pharmacy in chapter 4, but it really doesn't matter that much. And now we're gonna taxi back to Tenkeichi Street. See, if I hadn't checked myself before taxiing there, I would have taxied to the wrong place and lost a lot of time. And also embarrassed myself during a tutorial, so that's why I really recommend that people just slightly pace themselves with taxi menus in this game. Alright, so we're gonna run out to the Tenkeichi Street taxi to go to Purgatory now. And this is another nice reason why we don't have to worry about fight spawns in this part, because you get this cutscene. Much like with Yayoi, once you confirm through this, you can skip the second cutscene as well, or the second part of the cutscene, whatever you wanna call it. And after those cutscene skips, there's like a radius where you won't get fight spawns, so you're pretty safe to run to the taxi here. And now we're gonna want to go to this West Park stop. Immediately as the screen freezes, pause, confirm, left confirm. And here there's 3 cutscenes to when there's a cutscene during movement, I like to skip it with a well-timed start confirm, left confirm. Of course, you need to have it in your muscle memory to be able to do that correctly and on time. So that's something you just need to get used to when you're beginning. Again, don't worry about it, just skip the cutscene normally. Now remember I talked about the interact bug where sometimes Kiryu will just keep running and not let you interact with something? Like I said, in most cases, this is just a minor time loss. However, in this particular part, if you get it here, you'll not be able to talk to this guy, and because Kaoru is with you, a lot of the time she will be right next to you here, and you'll end up talking to her instead of talking to this guy, which is a big time loss. So what I recommend you do coming up here is once you hit the stairs, let go of the analog stick and then keep running and then talk to the guy. What this does is if you have the interact bug, you'll know a bit about it a bit in advance, and it'll mitigate it because you're kind of curious losing his inertia from an earlier point. And you also know that you need to watch out and interact with this guy instead of Kaoru. So just keep that in mind. If you look at my runs, you'll see me like letting go of the analog stick for a split second and then running again. So that's why I do that. Skip through this text, make sure you pick up the right options. And now, much like in the earlier menu, we're going to have another menu here while we pull out the sword, and we're going to use a muscle soda. Now, one thing about this fight, all 3 of these fights are very simple. There is a bit of nuance to it though. So in most cases, when we do a heavy attack with Kiryu, it pushes him forward. This first guy, though, he has kind of a weird hitbox, and it kind of pushes you back. So if you try to hit all 3 attacks on him from your starting position, you will actually whiff the third one. So what you want to do is you hit him as fast as possible, just because he can get kind of aggro, and then take 2-3 steps forward, and then do the other attacks. And that should make sure that you don't miss any of them. With Gary, you move normally. I still like to take 1 step forward here. Maybe you don't even need that, but I do like to take like a single step forward just to make sure I hit it. Now with Majima, there's a bit more nuance to it. Now, I forgot to say actually, we use the Oakwood Katana on the first 2 guys, so you will be mashing your D-pad left. But with Majima, we actually want to use our Nameless Katana. So you can also tell, by the way, that I'm already holding up an L2 as I'm mashing D-pad up with my right hand. And then take a step forward, hit him twice, let go of the controller. Because sometimes you can accidentally do a heat move there, and we don't want to. We don't need it. And then there's the QTE here. And now mash down to sheath your katana. You might see sometimes during QTEs or before QTEs that I do like this wiggle on my left analog stick. The reason for that is K2 is bad and will sometimes just switch to your keyboard controls randomly. By wiggling my left analog stick, I tell K2, no, I'm actually on controller. And usually it'll behave and give me the QTE in controller keys instead of keyboard keys. So that's why I do that. Just a little thing you can do for consistency. Anyway, once you do the 2 swings on Majima here, sheath your Nameless Katana, and you want to run up to him and punch him. Now, usually he'll just block the 1 punch, and then you hit him with the other one. Sometimes if you're really lucky, he'll try to start a combo, but you'll catch him with the first punch just as he's starting, and you'll actually knock him out of it, so that's even better. Sometimes he'll dodge around a bit and be a bit of a pain in the ass. Try to react to it, dodge him if you need to. Do everything you need to make sure he doesn't knock you down, because that'll be a big time loss. And then just feel the heat. And there it is. That's chapter 5, except it's not. We are now coming on what is utterly the most painful part of this run. I said the Mahjong Parlor fight is one of the most frustrating RNG moments of the run. This one, though, this one takes the cake. No one fucking likes Clan Creator. And if you like Clan Creator, then there's something deeply wrong with you. It's fine if you like it, but you shouldn't. So, Clan Creator is sadly unskippable. And the worst thing is, the game kind of gives you the illusion that it is. Because if I press start right here, or is it select? No, start. It's like exit minigame, and you're like, oh, I can exit the minigame. So good, I can skip this whole terrible section. No, it just takes you back to the cutscene before it. So, yeah, you have to do Clan Creator, unfortunately. But here's the game plan, though. This is a relatively new strat that Trio Housen came up with, as far as I know. It's way more consistent than the old Clan Creator strat. It's still not fully consistent, and that's not the fault of the strat, it's the fault of Clan Creator being a terrible minigame. But the thinking behind it is basically instead of just positioning your guys at these holes in the hope that the game will funnel enemies into them, you kind of spread your guys around so that they take care of all the enemies properly. It's way faster. It's not a full-on time save because the positioning here is a bit delicate, but it is way more consistent and on average way faster than the old strat. The old strat in some extreme cases can be faster, but I wouldn't recommend going for that. I think this strat is way better to do. Anyway, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to refer to these guys with numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, just because it's easier. We're going to place these guys 1, 3, 4, 5. And then 2, I'm going to actually take down here. And that's for the next phase. I want to do this in one swing. It is timing dependent. So I'm going to place 1, 3, 4, 5, and 2 down here. And a bit after you place 2, you can press Y and start the battle. But don't start it too soon, because otherwise these guys will just get past your dudes and it's very bad. Okay, good first phase. We want to do 2 things during this phase. First of all, we want to start upgrading our characters' levels. So we're going to upgrade guys 2, 4, and 5 1 level, and guy 3 2 levels. We also want, in preparation for wave 3, we want guy number 2 to be closer to the middle of the screen. So you want to keep track of when this guy's taking care of everyone in the bottom lane. And as soon as that happens, bring him to the middle. And hope that that's not the end of the wave, because then you're going to be in trouble. Anyway, right at the start of this, I'm going to do the level upgrades. By the way, if you put this gap too high up or too far down, some of these guys will go past him, so be careful. Oh, very good swing, Nishida. Alright, so we wait here. If you have the time, you can also bring guy 3 down here, which we do. So, there we go. And now you want these guys on like a line towards the middle. So 2 and 3 are already in place. I'm going to put 4 here and 5 here. 5 is like our backup guy, because he has the gun, so he can kind of deal with stragglers more easily. And I also upgrade 2 and 3, each one of them, I upgrade 1 level at this point. So you wanna have your cursor on guy 3, and keep track of the punks left in the upper left corner. Once that number gets low enough, bring guy number 3 here. And now you want to take guys 2, 4, and 5 and kind of put them on line up here. Cursor up here. And as guys are running out, you want to bring guy 5 up here because he's very far away. And as the boss spawns in, you want to both use D-pad down to use this guy's damage buff and bring all 4 dudes this way. And now you can kind of upgrade everyone you want. Upgrade Majima 2, why not? And hope these guys take care of this guy quickly. That was decent. 51 is actually a decent clan creator. Sometimes these guys will just take their time with the boss. They'll just have their fun with him, I guess. So it can lose you a lot of time. Sometimes guys will just get past your guys. Clan creator is a clusterfuck. Many runs have died to clan creator. So don't feel too bad if it happens to you, if you lose a lot of time here. Again, if you're starting out, just take it on the chin. And hope for the best. And again, this isn't a super consistent strat, but it's way more consistent than what we had before. This is currently the best thing you can do in Clan Creator, really. And after that, we take the taxi here to Tenkaichi Street. And 2 things worth knowing about this run up to Serena, because we do it a bunch of times. You see this barrier here? Sometimes you can like get stuck in it. However, with good movement, with like precision, and I don't get this every time, you can kind of like slide. Oh, there you go. You can kind of slide in between those 2 barriers and not lose time. Also, this door is usually an interact trigger, and when it is, you can interact with it actually from this corner. Especially when Kiryu is running and he has like a slightly bigger reach, so you can like start mashing here and interact with the door from around the corner. Not super important as a time save, but it is, you know, a cool little thing. Now, Chapter 6. This is another one of my favorites, actually. Now, cool little time save here. You can actually get a step forward before the text shows up. Round down here, and we get this little cutscene with Yuya, which also despawns fight spawns, which is very nice. So we have a clear shot to the taxi now. I just mash up. I don't even remember how many times this is. Just mash up. You want to go to Theater Alley. 1 second faster than going to Theater Square. And you want to talk to this guy. Now, this dialogue is weird in that you can cutscene skip this dialogue and the first of the 3 choices that you have, but you can only mash through the rest of them. But it's actually optimal to just cutscene skip this and dialogue mash through the rest. So just do this. Just make sure you don't accidentally talk to this guy again, because it'll start a sub-story and lose a lot of time. Another thing to watch out, we don't care about this fight spawn, we're just going to run past it, because this is an area trigger. But there is a sub-story here, so I like to be extra safe and really go all the way to the other side of the street. Come up here, skip the cutscene, skip the text. Kind of like in Chapter 4, just kind of turn to the left, pick this up, and during the swing, Muscle Soda. Oh, that's actually really good. That was almost perfect. If I hit all 3 of them with the second swing, it would have been perfect. That's the best case scenario when they all group up. Sometimes the big guy on the left will actually separate from the other 2 guys. So the 3 hits you get with the traffic cone won't be enough. In that case, you see the traffic cone behind Sayama there against the wall. You can actually pick it up during the fight and use that as a backup. That's the best backup I can think of in this fight. Usually they'll group up, but sometimes you'll just get back luckier, so that's something to keep in mind. Now, important, we're relying on the fact that the muscle soda we used in the fight right here is going to be enough for the fight coming up. If that's not the case, if you had a slow fight, I'll actually show this right now. There is a place to fill up on muscle soda on the way to the next fight. Look to the left of me as I turn around, to the right of me, sorry. That's the vending machine we used in Chapter 1, and you can use it here as well. Ooh, I don't like when this fight spawn shows up. But yeah, if you didn't do well and you are afraid that you're gonna run out of muscle soda, you can stock up there on the way here. It's not a big time loss. I do want to show, again, this fight in one swing, so I just want to explain something about the mechanics here. Essentially, you have the 2 mini-bosses in this fight, the Nashino brothers, I believe, the 16-bit brothers. As long as they're alive, they will keep spawning dudes. They will keep spawning grunts. If you're very fast, you will only have to fight 2 of them and 1 of their grunts. If you make a mistake or you just get bad luck, you might have to fight more, and that has an impact on your time, on your muscle soda usage, but also on your weapon usage. We'll talk about this in a bit. Let me just show you how the fight goes. So immediately as this starts, I'm mashing D-pad up to pull out the nameless katana. 3 hits on the big boy, 1 on the other guy, and then just a light attack on this guy. That's how that fight goes ideally. Now, if something went slow, sometimes the big brother will dodge in an awkward way and will take more time to take him down, in which case you might have to deal with an extra spawn. It's an unfortunate time loss, but the worst thing about it is you'll use your nameless katana more, which can be a problem. I also need to warn you about a very rare but possible soft lock you can get here. As you saw, I swung at the big Nashino brother 3 times, and then backwards at the small one. Sometimes he will line up with the 3rd goon that runs at you, and you'll take both of them down at the same time. And you might think, great, that's optimal. That's only 4 swings instead of 5. However, if the small brother is ahead of the goon, as opposed to the case where the goon is ahead of the small brother, and you hit both of them at the same time, it can lead to a soft lock, where the game will just get stuck. It doesn't help to alt tab. You're just stuck right there. The game just freezes completely. And I'm not entirely sure what that happens. I think something in the game's logic that tells it whether or not it needs to spawn another enemy gets messed up by that. I decided at some point that I'm just going to take the risk because this is way faster than taking care of the small brother first. But just know that it does happen. And if you want to be safe and take care of the small brother before the big one, that's entirely possible to do. Also, if you're already on the map, as you can see, there's a fight spawn here. This fight spawn, we can just go to a vending machine. Actually, this one's walking away from us, so we can just run past it. But also be aware that if there's a fight spawn looking right at you, you can talk to Kaoru. Like so. That de-aggroes the fight spawn long enough for you to run past it. And then we taxi back to here. And actually, let me save here, because I probably... I might want to run through this a few times. We'll see in a moment. So, I'm on a building. First of all, run up to this conspicuous box right here. Now you want to pull out your nameless katana, and as you swing it, use a muscle soda. But before you go upstairs, you actually want to go back here. Wham! Put your nameless katana away, pick up this saw, put it away, and run up. I like to hit L2 during the pickup of that saw, just because it can be awkward to hit L2 during movement. Now, we are going to go through 2 corridors that have a lot of gun enemies in them, aptly named gun corridors. If you didn't pick up 2 handguns in Chapter 3, this is the place to stock up. But normally what I will do is I run up here, I do a running kick on one of these guys, a light, heavy combo on the other, and now I just punch these guys. As you can see, oh, both of them actually, no, that's actually a switchblade, right? Yeah. As you can see, only one of them dropped a gun. So there are a few things you can do now. You can pick up this gun. There is a strat for Gun Corridor 2 that involves picking up a gun. I'm going to show you my strat, which is a very YOLO strat, but I find that it's pretty consistent. Not 100%. I still sometimes can lose runs to fucking this up, but it's not that bad. And what I do is you punch this door. Punching doors or hitting doors, by the way, is faster than opening than running. Wait for these guys to see you. Do 2 quick steps and just quick step forward here. No, oh my god. Okay, that's fine. Now that looks scary, but my experience is if you have the timing down for that, it works every single time. And there's supposedly safer strats I've seen that I think are way less consistent. So this is what I do. And it's gotten to the point, a couple of times I got a really good pace to this point, and I was like, you know what, I won't YOLO, I'll do the safe strat, and I actually failed the safe strat. So this is really all I know to do at this point. And I even do this on Legend, by the way, and it's fine. So up to you, you can try to look at other runs if you want to see safer strats, but I find that this is fine. Anyway, hit this door, pull out your nameless katana. And now we're going to deal with Men in Black again. This fight not much more respectable than the last one. Go a bit to the left. I just find that going to the left makes hitting him a bit more consistent, because he does move around a bit. So I've found that if I just stay in place or move to the right, it can miss sometimes. Use muscle soda during the swing. Now again, hitting doors is faster than opening them normally. You need to learn the right distance to do this at. Just hit the sword with the door. Heavy attack on this guy. Now, usually when you do the heavy attack, he will drop his Oakwood Katana and you pick it up. If you don't, you're gonna have to finish off the 2 guys up these stairs behind him with light attacks from the Nameless Katana. Which, if you don't have 2 charges left on your Nameless Katana, will be awkward. You'll have to do it with normal attacks. And you might break the backup weapons that are up there that you use instead. So just be aware of that. But yeah, put the sword away. Light attack, light attack. 2 attacks is usually fine here. Not this time. Okay, this is kind of awkward. I would usually like to have more uses of the Oakwood Katana. Yeah, this is bad. This is very unfortunate. Okay, so in this case, I'll just have to use my Oakwood Katana. And that's fine. If you don't have 3 charges for this fight, just pull out your Oakwood Katana, which should be assigned to D-pad left. Wait a bit for this guy to lose his iframes. And one. Oh, not too long, otherwise that happens. 1, 2, 3. Put it away. Pick it up. And there you go. Now what you want to do here is hit the guy towards the wall to the right. There's like a Daigo from Chapter 1 effect here where you don't want to swing him to the end of the screen. So, like, I walk around like that to kind of manipulate him towards the wall. Hit him a bit like that. Feel the heat. And that's all she wrote. Okay, and you come up to this door, punch it, again that's faster, and over here is the trigger for the end of the level, but I do actually want to run through the whole section again. So we start the same, run towards the boxes, Q to E, take out your nameless katana, up, a bit of a menu mishap there. Pick up the saw, and now we are dealing with gun corridor. Now sometimes neither one of the gun guys here will actually drop a gun, which is actually, yeah, that's actually what we're seeing right here. So neither of them dropped a gun. The gun guys upstairs can drop guns as well, but they can be awkward to get. So one punch here. Punch, and punch. And as you see, these guys drop guns as well, so you can pick those up. It's a bit slower to go back and get them, but, you know, if you don't have guns, then just bite the bullets, as it were. Very good pun. Yeah, so now I wanna again not pick up the first Oakwood Katana and show what I mean about using your nameless katana as a backup. So also soda here. So I open the door. Heavy attack. Now let's pretend that guy didn't like that Oakwood Katana broke. I just use my 2 remaining charges of the nameless katana on these 2 guys and pick up this, either the backup Oakwood Katana or the crowbar on the floor. And if neither works, just use your Oakwood Katana from left D-pad, but that's really bad luck if you broke all those weapons. That should be very rare. That shouldn't happen too often. I like to use the heavy attack on Shotgun Guy here just because he does dodge a lot. In terms of HP, a light attack should be enough, but heavies I find work more often. Alright, great. And notice, you see how I lost a use of my Oakwood Katana there, even though everyone was knocked out. That's because K2 uses up your weapon charges even if the enemy you hit is knocked out. So when you try to swing your weapon at the door to open it up quickly, that's something you want to keep in mind. When I get to that point and I only have 3 charges left on an Oakwood Katana, I never swing at the door. I just open it normally. If you do have to do that, by the way, keep in mind, I'm trying to get the door to close. Okay, I can't, but just keep in mind that you can make the door animation... Actually, now will it close? Okay, yeah. So you can actually make this animation go faster if you do a quick step. Just mash confirm and you will be fine. Anyway, this time we do have a wild Oakwood Katana. So I'm gonna do the Q to E. Wait a tiny bit. 1, 2. Oh, if this happens, just do the overhead swing. Throw this away. Quickly grab the gas canister. I don't think you need to move around like I do. I just do it because I saw Tapioca do it when I was learning this run, and I'm just used to it. Again, the little movement trick to get him to come over here. Hit him up against the wall. Oh. This can be a bit of a problem. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. A bit of a time loss there, but at least we got him. If you break the gas canister, by the way, you are in trouble. I don't even know what to tell you. You might, I haven't had to, like, do a backup here in a very long time. I think probably the best thing for you will be to use the oak wood katana again if you break the gas canister. Yeah, I think that's the play. But, yeah, either way, after Feel the Heat, you should be wherever you were before Feel the Heat. So, as you see, it's not a net time loss. At least we're closer to the door this time. And, yeah, I think that's, that really covers the mountain building. Really, really cool set piece. I really like this one. Alright, so we're going to be in a similar position to with Kaori in Chapter 4. We're going to have to carry these guys around and avoid cops in a bit. So this is, yeah, a pretty chill moment. Not a lot to say here. How is everyone? Honestly, it's good that this part is kind of chill, because the first 6 chapters are full of very stressful moments. So yeah. And you need to use a Poseidon power at some point during all this. I like to use it here because you're waiting for the doors to open anyway, so yeah. And hello, Pandemonium. K2 New Game Plus Runner, Pandemonium. Oh, I almost used Muscle Soda. That kills the run if you do it. Always be really careful about which of these you actually use. Okay, so up here, you're gonna want to start avoiding cops. You'll always have 3 cops somewhere in Theater Square. And I obviously don't go to the map screen when I am up here, because it's slow. But I kind of recommend both looking around, but also take a look at the minimap. The minimap kind of tells you if there's a cop really close to you. And just looking around, you can see more long-term. And that way you can just plan your movement accordingly to avoid the cops. Sometimes you'll get a massive meme where there's a cop right here and you can't do anything about it. I actually lost a run to that last night. If that happens, sorry. there's just it's K2, folks. What can you even say about this game at this point? One day I will try and be... Oh, that wasn't me teasing you for running New Game Plus, by the way. I just pointed it out. That's a perfectly legitimate category. I find it soul-crushing, but it's completely legitimate. Okay, good. By the way, a lot of the stuff I'm talking about in this tutorial I've seen from Panda's runs. Much credit to her. Anyway, bottom dialogue option there. This is a decent point to use first person. Oh, by the way, the Poseidon power that we use down here during the section with Kazuki is going to get us all the way back here and back again to the clinic. And in general, the 10 Poseidon powers that we picked up in the first chapter should be enough for the entire run. You shouldn't need more than 10. However, there's a vending machine here and a vending machine here where you can fill up on Poseidon power if you need to. And one mistake that I've actually done in a fairly recent run a few weeks ago, sometimes I'll autopilot after that section and think I need to use a Poseidon power, even though I have the one from before. So if that happens, you can just fill up in one of those vending machines. Yeah, only 10 for the entire run. You don't need any more because we upgrade stamina enough to where... no more are necessary. Okay, so about area triggers and event triggers. Chapter 7 is mostly area triggers, which is good. This one coming up is the only area trigger, so really make sure that you don't get caught by a fight spawn on the way to a model clinic. You can actually, if you really get into trouble, you can talk to this guy to despawn fights. I think? Right? Can you do this? Or does this lead to a... No, this is fine. Yeah, so it's a bit of a time loss, but if you have to, you can do it. There's also a vending machine here. Like I said, there's a vending machine here, so just be aware of those options. Now, this fight coming up can be very annoying because we pick up a table here. The table we use during this fight can be really awkward to pick up. So let me just show you what I mean. Skip this cutscene. Here are the dudes. And you'll see me like slowly walk towards this table. The reason for that is that I found that sometimes if I try to run towards it, Kiryu will actually destroy the table by running towards it, and that's kind of GG right there. So you wanna be careful. Anyway, during the swing, muscles of the... Ooh, this is kind of bad. Okay, as long as you hit both of them, this is fine. You're gonna get this QTE. Ideally, you want to swing. You want to get both of them with one swing, but this is also fine. After this, you get Feel the Heat. And there you go. Hey, Penna, thanks for the good luck. Actually, really happy with how this is going so far. There's a lot of edge cases that I thought I would need to awkwardly force, but so far they're coming up on their own, which is nice. Anyway, now we do need Poseidon Power. This is our... And I really love using this word. Penultimate Poseidon Power that we use in the run. And remember, at this point, you don't care about fight spawns. You don't need to do anything particular to avoid them. Both this and the next event trigger are both area triggers, so you're good. So just run up here. By the way, if you do run out of Poseidon Power and you forget to stock up or it just feels awkward, you will run out of stamina around here, but it's only like a 2-3 second time loss, and then you can just keep running. So if you're just one Poseidon Power short, it's not too bad. So for this fight right here, you can use your Oakwood Katana. Personally, I am more of a fan of using furniture. It's both faster on average and also saves you some weapon uses. So the guy with the glasses that's right next to us, he can sometimes go to the right and like break away from the rest of the group. So you want to kind of route him from the right to make sure that he stays with the other guys. During this swing, use your muscle soda. There you go. Nice Dragon Engine physics. Of course, during a tutorial is the only time over the past 2 months that I've seen a 2-swing fight. That was actually perfect. Never get this during a run. Never get this during an actual run. I always get 3 swings or like 3 and I have to finish one guy with an Oakwood Katana or something. It is what it is. Anyway, this is the last Poseidon Power usage. After this, you should not be using Poseidon Power at any point during the run. So just keep that in mind. Actually, I'm curious. Are we going to crash now? No. I probably should talk about the crash, right? I'll mention it in Chapter 9. Probably should have described it at the start, but yeah, here we are. Anyway, as you can see, area trigger, I don't care about any of this. Cutscene skip, text skip. Run to the sign here on the right. You wanna, don't try to swing too early, like make sure that Kiryu is turning to the left before you start swinging. During the swing, muscle soda. This is unfortunate. Sometimes you will get these guys with one swing, sometimes you will have to do 1 or even 2 extra. But this fight doesn't really go too many ways. And weirdly, in this chapter and this chapter only, Serena is an area trigger. It doesn't matter because you'll never get a fight spawn right here, but it is kind of weird that it's only an area trigger in this particular chapter. Chapter 8. Ooh, this is a spicy chapter. There's a couple of really interesting fight spawns here. Something that K2 really likes to do to me is get me on a really good pace and then have a fight spawn right here that I just can't avoid no matter what I do. And that's killed a bunch of my runs. If you want to watch out for that, again, you can talk to Kaoru. You can use the vending machines. If the fight spawn is like right here, it can be very awkward because you're too far away from the vending machines on the one hand, but Kaoru is like here and takes like 10 seconds to actually get to you. So One thing I haven't said that you can do to avoid fights is, and this is allowed, you can save your game, which is why I make sure during runs that my top save file is a save that I don't care about, like it's not the Premium Adventure New Game Plus save or anything like that. You can save and load, and that will despawn any fights. This is very, very slow. It's a very slow way to avoid a fight. Anything else would be better, but if you have a really good pace, it might be better than just completely losing the run. Anyway, we're going to go to Millennium Tower, and this is a Pandemonium special. You're going to get a text message from Granny White, so as this is starting, as you're confirming the choice of the taxi to Millennium Tower, just hold up and R1 and mash both A and B. Credit to Pandemonium on that one. So we're gonna come down here, we're going to skip a couple of cutscenes, and this starts the first, I don't even know if to call this a set piece, but this fight section. So immediately at the start of this fight, I hold L2, I mash D-pad left, pull out my Oakwood Katana. During this swing, you want to do a few things. As always, use muscle soda, and you should have just one muscle soda left here. By the way, if you're short, you can go to the usual green vending machine next to Millennium Tower, the one that we used in Chapter 1, and stock up there. We're actually going to use it after this part. Ideally, you don't need to stock up until after this whole section. You also want to upgrade your stats here, and many times I've forgotten to do this, and then you need to do an extra swing on one of these enemies, and it's very awkward. You want to upgrade weapon attack to 2, and you want to upgrade attack to 130. And there's something a bit awkward about upgrading your attack. Once you get to 120, 140, and 160, and also 180, but we won't go that high during the run, you need to learn attack limits. You do 2 confirms here, down, and then mash until you get to 130. Now, this section spawns enemies out of your line of sight. So to manipulate spawns and try to be optimal, I'm always going to turn my back towards where I want enemies to spawn. So you'll see me do a very particular movement here. So I'm gonna get rid of this guy, turn around, take care of this guy, wait for this guy to spawn, turn around, take care of him, take care of this guy. And now there should be 2 guys up here. And the nice thing about this is that you don't need to move around a lot to take care of those 2 guys, but also sometimes they'll be right next to each other and you can finish both of them off with 1 heavy attack. So that's not what I meant to do. Those wide swing attacks are, by the way, almost never worth it, especially not in 90%. Okay, now Hayashi. Hopefully you still have your muscle soda from the first part, otherwise you're in trouble. Pull out your katana, heavy attack, heat, and actually, well, I'll talk about this later. Overhead. Now this QTE you have to succeed, and now you want to start wildly mashing down on your D-pad. The reason for that is that we want to unequip our Oakwood Katana for the last part of this fight. And sometimes you can get it in like the very brief window between the QTE and this cutscene. Yeah, very impressive, Hayashi, very impressive. Put away your Oakwood Katana if you haven't already, and you want to use a charged light attack there. In terms of damage, you don't need it. It's enough to just do a light attack. But Hayashi does have some serious hyper armor during this fight, so the good thing about the charged light is not only it gets through the hyper armor, it also gives you hyper armor. Sometimes he'll just miss you or you'll miss him when you do that. That's fine. If that happens, you can just do a normal light attack and trigger the QTE. Usually you just do the light attack like that and it's all good. Something you want to know about heat moves in general, so like all things, K2 is kind of can be inconsistent about when it allows you to use heat moves. And sometimes, if you try to hit a heat move too fast, the prompt will show up, but at like the last second, an enemy will move away from the range at which you can use a heat move. So And you'll do a normal heavy attack instead of a heat move, which does a lot less damage and fucks the whole fight up. So I always wait a split second before I hit the heat move button and like make sure that we're stable and that I'm definitely going to get the heat move before I do it, so it doesn't fuck up the rest of the fight. Either way, once you've done this, it's feel the heat time. This will bring up a QTE. Don't interact with this QTE. You don't need it, and it just wastes time. Just put the controller down, get a sip of water. This is a really good time to drink some water. And there you go, that's Hayashi. And now for another really cool part of the run. Shangri-La. An unfortunate part of the run, because it does remind me that I could be playing K1 instead of this fucking game, but it is a pretty enjoyable set piece. So, oh, by the way, forgot to mention, it's just so ingrained in me, you have to fill up on muscle soda here. So, on the way down, just go to this vending machine and stock up on muscle soda. You should be, if you've done everything optimally, you should be fresh out of muscle soda at this point in the run. Note for console runners, I tell you that it's okay to get caught by fight spawns because area triggers don't care about that. On console though, if you get to the Shangri-La area trigger during a fight, it will actually crash the game. This does not happen on PC. On console, you want to watch out for that. Okay, so this part is kind of weird because it starts like you start this moving normally and then it does the set piece movement. So once the purple comes up, pull out your Oakwood Katana, start running, and you want to come here at a bit of an angle to try and get two of these guys with the same heavy attack. We didn't get it, unfortunately. That's fine. Swing the sword at the doors. This is another, like, I'm trying to, oh, again, this didn't work. I'm actually kind of happy that this is happening, because this is, like, the worst case scenario for this. I tried to line up a bunch of enemies to get hit at the same time there. Didn't happen. Not too important. We still have enough Oakwood Katana. Come up here, get this crowbar, and, oh, we still have Muscle Soda, that's fine. Try to get all three of those guys. Sofa guy. You want to swing this guy. Perfect. You want to try and swing that guy at the barrier just to save a couple of crowbar uses. And as you swing at this guy, Muscle Soda up again. This guy, these guys. With any luck, that'll happen and you'll hit them towards the barrier. And again, save a bit of crowbar usage. 2 crowbar hits at this door. Throw it at this guy. And we're gonna pick up that crowbar and put it in our inventory for later. If for some reason you run out of crowbar before this point, heavy attacks might do. It's extremely unlikely you will run out of crowbar before the enemies are down, but you might need to destroy the barrier with normal attacks, which is fine. It doesn't take too long. Anyway, come up here, grab this crowbar, hit away at these guys. Really try to not hit anyone towards this corner of the room that I'm looking at. There's a weapon there that we need, and it might break it. Also, during this entire set piece, really keep track of your muscle soda, because it's important to be muscle soda up at almost all times. And we have a lot of safety muscle soda at this point, so don't worry about it. You can use extras if you need to. This next part is kind of interesting. I'm going to break out here, and there's a submachine guy right here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go around the corner, throw my crowbar at him, which is why we use a crowbar that we don't have in our inventory. And that should take him out. And then we're going to come back in and grab the weapon I was talking about. So, right here. 2 swings, around the corner. You're going to get shot a bit. It's fine. Grab this Oakwood Katana, use it once, put it away, and run upstairs. Now, don't try to be too optimal here. Don't try to get greedy and throw the crowbar like at a very precise point, because if you don't get it, you won't actually hit the guy with the crowbar, and you'll have to like run up to him and lose a lot of time to that. So, really be careful. Again, I appreciate people trying to be optimal, but it's not really necessary here. Alright, so this is one of the few times in the run where you don't actually need to be muscle sodaed up to take out enemies. Not for the entire room, but just for the beginning of it. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab this crowbar, run up to these guys. These guys don't need muscle soda, so it saves me a bit of muscle soda time. And also, it kind of, like I said, the AI likes to aggro onto you when you run away from it, so it kind of forces everyone into this very condensed part of the level, and you can just swing away. Try to hit this guy against... Try to hit him and the door at the same time, so the swing also opens the door. This guy's a lot of trouble, don't give him any space. And you want to swing him to the right, because there's actually a weapon we want to pick up in the corner here. When you're done, throw your crowbar away, pick this up, put it in your inventory, punch the door. Be aware as you go into this fight, both of how much muscle soda you have left and how much oakwood katana you have left. If you don't have around 5-6 uses of your oakwood katana left, maybe equip the oakwood katana we just picked up, maybe equip crowbar, both valid options, and muscle soda up if you need to. So these guys, this fight's not too bad, but what I'm going to do right here is I'm going to use my oakwood katana on these guys. And this guy on the right with the pink shirt, he has a real nasty habit, much like many gun guys, of kicking you and interrupting your combos. So you really want to make sure you take him out first. Starting your oakwood katana combo towards the right, towards him, and then proceeding to the left. Kind of like this. Okay, nice. So, oh, there you go. That was a pretty good fight. Could have gone better, but that was pretty good. Sometimes that fight can get out of hand. Most of the enemies don't have a ton of HP, so you might be able to... If you run out of oakwood katana, you might be able to deal with them with normal attacks. And if you run out of muscle soda, just muscle soda up again, because, again, we have a lot of spares in this particular part of the run. Most of the time in K2, we are really tight for muscle soda, but we do have a lot of leeway for specifically Chapter 8. Or rather, Shangri-La. Okay, Chapter 9. Walk up to... how could I forget his name? Kashiwagi. Skip the cutscene, skip this, bottom option, text skip. And here, you want to skip this cutscene. You can go a bit forward, just like in Chapter 6. And then you want to just do text skip. Not a cutscene skip at the beginning there, because it's just one text box. You could... Oh, perfect. This is actually good, a good time to talk about how to handle fight spawns right next to this taxi down in Tenkaichi, because it actually happens a lot. So if you want to be safe, you can just interact with the vending machines. You can be a bit greedy and just run to the taxi, and a lot of the time you can interact with it right after the purple tint comes up. Usually it works. You might not want to lose a really good run to being greedy about that, but you know, up to your preference. This is another point where I'm going to save. This fight can be kind of risky. So what I'm going to do here, as always, we're going to use muscle soda. This next equipment menu can really vary a lot according to the order in which you picked up things in Chapter 8. Because there are... I showed you two particular crowbars that you want to pick up in Chapter 8, but there are a lot of backups you can pick up. For example, in the last room where we fought the big guy with the pipe, before the final fight against the 4 guys, there's another crowbar that's further away to the right that you can pick up. It takes a bit longer, but if you accidentally break the crowbar on the left, it's a good backup. But if you do that, you're... actually, in that case, your inventory will look the same, but... The point is, you can sometimes need to pick up different crowbars and your menu might look differently, so it's not as simple as the menu we do in Chapter 4. So you kind of need to just eyeball your inventory at this point and kind of figure out where things are. You're either going to be out of Oakwood Katana or very low, so you want to switch to the Oakwood Katana we picked up in Chapter 8, crowbar, and a gun. This is the loadout you want here. Yeah, this should be it. And I'm also going to save ahead of this fight, because I want to maybe try and show what happens if things go wrong. So what you want to do is you want to pull out your Oakwood Katana immediately as this fight starts and just swing at this dude, because he's the fucking worst. Oh no, okay. So we actually got the bad luck here. Yeah, honestly, this can sometimes happen. Oh, Daigo took care of the other guy. That was unexpected. Daigo is usually not that useful. So, ideally, 2 heavy attacks on Hashimoto should take him out. But ideal is not what always happens in this game, so you're gonna have to draw out his aggro in order to open him up to an attack again. And that can be a big mess. Honestly, if you're starting out, I would even sometimes say just use a heat move on him. It's slow, but it's better than losing a ton of time and a lot of Oakwood Katana uses to this guy. Even though we have a lot of leeway on this Oakwood Katana, so it's not that bad. But yeah, this guy's a huge jerk. Definitely killed a lot of my runs. This is like a more ideal fight. Two heavy attacks on the guy, and then just light attacks on the other dudes. But yeah, if he starts dodging and doing stuff like that, either dodge around him and make him aggro, or use a heat move. Either way, it's unfortunate. It's mostly RNG, not fully, like you can deal with it better or worse, but it's just something you have to deal with, like a lot of things in this game. Now's the time to talk about the fact that this game will just crash randomly. That's a good thing to talk about. So, fun PC fact, on pretty much any modern CPU at this point, after about 1 hour of running Yakuza Kiwami 2, it will crash when you cross certain loading zones. Specifically, we're talking like the area around here and around here. And this happens, it used to be believed that this was an AMD thing, an AMD processor thing, but no, it happens on Intel as well. It's only a question of essentially how new your processor is. And the way we deal with this, the leaderboard allows us to pause our timer during a run for the sake of mitigating a crash. So the best place to do it is usually around here, because Chapter 9 is the earliest that a crash could happen. I might want to bring up live split. Okay, so let's pretend I'm here at this point. Oh my god, I got to Chapter 9 in less than 5 seconds. This runner's crazy. Yeah, important. You want to stock up on muscle soda here. Now you'll notice, because we use a load remover in this run, as I taxi to Millennium Tower, it's gonna pause right here. This is when I pause the timer. I wait for the thing to tell me that the autosave is completed. It's not actually autosaving, because I load as a save right now, and it already saved at this point before. But usually it'll autosave at this point. Some people actually have F4 be their split pause key. So you press Alt F4 and it immediately pauses your timer. This, by the way, is only relevant on PC. This is not relevant to console. Just as an FYI. So yeah, continue, load your autosave, and here you can unpause your timer again. And if you do this, you should never crash. Of course, if you're running a very long category, like all sub-stories, you might need to do this more than once, but I can't really help you with that. I don't really know anything about all sub-stories. Anyway, once you've done that, run out here to the left. Skip 2 cutscenes. Enjoy the lack of a crash. Very rarely you can have a fight spawn down here, but it's almost always going to be running away from you, so you can just run past it. Again, Tojo Clan HQ, you can just mash confirm here. And before you cross the threshold there, you want to use Muscle Soda. You can't actually Muscle Soda at the beginning of that sequence. You have to wait for the title card to go away. An important thing to know about this fight is that you actually don't want to be too fast here. You don't want to take out all of these guys too fast. So what I do here is I use Muscle Soda, keep running, pull out the crowbar, take some of them out. But for the rest of them, I actually wait for the title card to go away. Because if you don't do that, you're actually soft locked. Because what happens, and you do want to pick up this Oakwood Katana if you get to. If not, just use the ones that we have assigned to D-pad left. But if you take care of those guys too fast, you can't break this barrier and you're essentially soft locked. Alright, watch out for these guys. They can be sneaky. Heavy attack on this guy. Wait, pull out. Heavy attacks on these guys. If you don't let go of the target button, you will just keep targeting the one dude and the other guys will give you a hard time. Swing your Oakwood Katana here. And there you go. Now this is Shindo is actually a very, very interesting fight. We actually have a Shindo skip, and it's not nearly as interesting as the one in OG2, but it's pretty cool still. So what you do here is, first of all, you pick up this sofa and you do an L2 heavy swing at Shindo. Just as a reminder, Shindo has 3 phases in this game. He has the one up here, then there's the one in the foyer, do you call it? Is it French? Is it foyer? Then there's the one outside. And the way this strat used to work, he would swing at Shindo twice. Once he would use Citrus Cider, which is the item we used in Chapter 1 for the Theater Square fight, which gives you an attack buff, but not as big as Muscle Soda. So you would hit him once with Citrus Cider and once with Muscle Soda. You would do not as much damage with the first swing, so that he goes to his second phase, so you can swing again, and then he's too low health on his second phase, and it just skips to the last phase, essentially. So, essentially, they used to skip the second phase of this fight. We're not going to do that. We're going to do something that actually allows us to speed up the third phase. So, as usual, we're going to Muscle Soda here. We're also going to do some stat increases. We're going to learn Boost Sprint 2 and 3. And Weapon Attack Max. And we're going to boost attack to 136. And now we're going to swing at Shindo. He's going to look displeased. Go to his second attack. I'm going to pull out my Oakwood Katana. I get to hear parts of these songs that I never get to hear anymore. Again here, no, what am I doing? I just fucked it up. I confused myself with the talk of the old strat. No, this is very bad. This is very bad. Don't do that. Don't do a heavy attack. We want to do a heat move on him. But it does bring up a good point that, much like what I said about Hayashi, you want to make sure that you get the heat move off on Shindo, because I have had times where I wasn't able to get the heat move off right away, even without holding L2. And that can happen. Sometimes Shindo will be right up against the wall, and I find it happens more often when he does that. But yeah, okay, I messed up. So we have to do this whole thing again. Which isn't too bad. Like, we get to see, you know, this fight again. That's good. Alright. I actually don't get this good of a luck with Oakwood Katanas in this chapter, usually. I do usually have to use my own. Ooh, that was a max distance hit. That was tasty. All right, let's not fuck it up this time. Pick it up. Do the menu. Oh, this isn't the fast menu. By the way, you might wonder why we don't upgrade our attack more. It's exactly to keep Shindo at the right health threshold for this to work. Alright, come up against him. Heat move. Immediately you can start mashing D-pad right to pull out your gun. Come up here. And actually, did I forget quick step cancel? I think I did. Okay, so you can actually also, this is kind of optional, it's not super important, but you also have enough experience to learn quick step cancel here, which is, you know, it's a nice little thing that allows you to speed up set pieces a bit. I'll talk more about it when we're in Osaka Castle. Okay, I missed the door, that's fine, just quick step through it. And now you want to go here, very important, hold R1 as you do this. And you will always, for as long as you run this game, always have like that little moment of heart attack where you think, wait, did that shot actually hit Shindo? But basically, because we got him to low HP, even though guns don't do a lot of damage to bosses, just that little damage that it does allows us to skip having to run all the way up to him and saves a ton of time. It just gets us straight to this QTE, which is very, very good. And now, the usual fake out whenever you run this game in a marathon. Oh, Shindo is done for. He will never be back. No need to worry about him at all. It's all good. This is the end of the chapter. Da, 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 da. Great, great humor. Everybody laughs. And right around here is when you want to use a muscle soda. Actually, it's probably optimal to use it just as you're going through the door. Now you want to pick up a sofa, and you don't need to pause here, but one thing that can happen, and so far the only runner I've ever seen this happen to is me, 6 times though. A few enemies in this game can break out of their field a heat stagger and just fuck you up. And Shindo is one of those enemies that does this sometimes. Sometimes he will jump up right after this little cutscene, after the QTE rather, and he will do this long sword stab at you that can lose you a lot of time. If you see him do that, still pick up the sofa, but after you do, immediately block. The sofa blocks the attack completely, so you're safe. Just wait for the attack to finish, and then swing at him again. It's very, very unlucky that this happens. And again, I probably don't even need to address this in a tutorial because this will only ever happen to me with my luck. But if you're as unlucky as me with this game, it might happen to you as well. So that's a good thing to be aware of. At any rate, Shindo is done for. For real this time. Chapter 10. This is where a lot of potentially really, really nasty fight spawns can happen. That's a decent one, the one that's next to the taxi. Sometimes you can get one like right here, and you don't even have Kaoru with you to help get rid of it. You would think that ducking into Lullaby Mahjong would help. It does not. So if you're really concerned for your pace, there's a vending machine right here next to Serena in the alley that you can interact with, and that should despawn any fight spawn that's really nearby. You can also use save and load. Sadly, this is one of the... If you get a really bad fight spawn here, it's just one of the worst times in the game where that can happen. But yeah, we YOLO'd it. It's all good. And now, immediately upon taxiing to Theater Square, we're going to get to this cutscene with one of the most vapid NPCs in the series. Takashi. No one likes Takashi. And this is where some really nasty fight spawns can happen. So let's see what luck of the draw we got. Oh, this is the one. This is the one. So I'm going to show you what happens with... Actually, no, this one might be okay, but I'm going to save here anyway, just to be on the safe side. So, okay, these guys are walking away from... No, see, this fight spawn is really bad because it's almost always going to catch you. If you get this one, you could try to go for these vending machines, and that might work. If they're a bit higher up, you might not even be able to reach the vending machines before the fight starts. This is a very common place where saving and loading can be forced on you. Of course, if you're going for really good times, this might just kill a run. Sometimes you can YOLO these guys. This is the thing a lot of the time with fight spawns in Yakuza games. If they're really close to this side, you can usually run past them because they don't see you until you're like around here. And if they're all the way down, then sometimes you're fine. But if they're in the middle, that's a really harsh thing because they will see you quickly just as you round the corner and you don't have time to get to these vending machines. So that's something to be aware of. When I come out of Shellac, you can see enough of the minimap when you start walking here to see if the fight spawns are around here or around here and kind of plan accordingly. Sometimes even when there's a fight spawn here, you won't have the really bad one that's right in the alley, but you will have one next to the taxi and you still need good movement to run past it and interact with the taxi on time. So be aware of this because that can be a big run killer. Or a big time loss at the very least. Anyway, once you get here, you can also try to do like the going down the stairs quickly trick here. Just like do like a 45-degree here, and it sometimes works. But again, sometimes Kiryu will just roll down awkwardly. Maybe I'm overstating how dangerous this is. Maybe I should just stop being a coward and just do this. Because I'm trying to contrive it and it's actually going fine, so I don't know. Maybe I'm concerned for no reason. Maybe I should just go for it in runs from now on. Yeah, maybe. Anyway, run up to this guy, interact, cutscene skip. Just to save a bit of time, try to interact with doors and stuff like that from max distance, because most door hitboxes are door and elevator hitboxes are fairly generous. You know, don't be afraid to extend yourself a bit. This is another point where you can get nasty fight spawns. This one's actually good, so we can just YOLO it. But almost always when I'm on a good pace here, I will just examine this vending machine just to despawn anything that's nearby. It's very quick, it's on the way, and it's just safer. Like I said before, I appreciate it when people try to do stuff optimally. Just maybe consider being a bit safe at this point. Sorry, I took a sip of my tea. That's why that was a very slow cutscene skip. Okay, so this is one place in the run where a lot of people think you need Poseidon power, but you don't. Because of our stamina upgrades, we actually have enough stamina. Oh my god, fight spawn. Alright, I'm actually glad this happened, because this is actually, you really want to avoid this fight spawn. Because this coming up is an interact trigger. So if this happens, yeah, you just maybe you want to go a bit wide like me so you avoid these guys. But yeah, I'm actually kind of glad this happened. But as you've seen, even though I did a lot of extra movement to get around the fight spawn, I didn't need Poseidon power. So completely unnecessary to have Poseidon power at this point in the run. Alright, here we're gonna go to the taxi right behind us, go to Shofukucho. Or Shofukucho. I can't say things in Japanese, sorry. And this is kind of similar to Chapter 4, except as you talk to Tamio, That's her name, apparently. And you skip this. Immediately, you want to go back before this door closes. The opening door animation is pretty slow, so just start going back immediately as you skip that cutscene. Now we're going to taxi to West Sodenbury Street. That's one down. And we're going to go to Stigel. This is an interact trigger, but you're almost never going to be even close to getting caught by fight spawn here. And as you can see, very generous trigger. What I do here is I stick myself into this corner to make sure I talk to the bartender and not the guy at the bar, and immediately go back out before the door closes. Again, just to be a bit optimal. That's kind of tight, the timing there, so if you don't get that during your early runs, don't worry about it. I mean, honestly, you shouldn't be worrying about it too much even during your later runs. It's not a big time loss, but it does get some getting used to do that move. Now, once you approach this, what are these even? Are these just light poles? What? Yeah, I don't know what these are. Anyway, once you approach this thing, there's a menu here. So you want a muscle soda, as always, but we're also going to do an equipment menu. We are going to equip a crowbar, a nameless katana, and a saw. And again, the positioning of these three things in your inventory is going to depend on stuff you did in the previous chapters. Certain schools of thought say to actually have an oakwood katana here. That's the old route. I think the crowbar is on average better. In the coming chapters, when I say crowbar, you can use an oakwood katana instead, up to like chapter 13. Having done all this, we keep going. This is an area trigger, so we don't worry about fights coming up here. And the reason why I like the crowbar is it dramatically increases the chances that you get multiple of these guys with one swing. Although I didn't. Everything about this game is so statistical. Even with the best strats, you're not always going to get the most ideal things. Every so often, these guys behind you, who start behind you at the beginning of the fight, they'll group up and you'll get 2 or even 3 of them with the same hit, which practically never happens with the Oakwood Katana. But yeah, it still doesn't happen all the time. After all these cutscene skips, there are 2 fight spawns you need to be careful of here. One of them, we can actually see the guy. He's right there next to that pole. Right here, and another is right here. So I'm gonna move in sort of a Z pattern here. Do you say Z or Z? Anyway, the last letter of the alphabet, that's that shape. Even though the guy is down there, you can actually interact with him from up here, so you don't need to walk all the way down. There's a lot of... I actually want to do cutscene skips like in a normal run, because for some reason this cutscene loads a bit faster than other ones, so you want to take a slightly shorter break between those 2 cutscene skips. Now we're gonna go down here. If for some reason you're out of muscle soda, this is a good place to recharge. And this fight coming up with Satoshi is one of those fights where I actually recommend muscle sodaing up before the fight begins, because otherwise I find that it kind of takes the battle out of whack. This is the line that I can only ever hear in Aldrid's voice, because he always reads it out when he runs this game. And just pull out your crowbar, hit these dudes. That wasn't a particularly good fight, but it could be worse. I find that if you take the time to muscle soda as you pull out the crowbar or as you swing, they kind of have more time to separate, and the fight tends to go worse. But your mileage may vary on that one. And that's chapter 10. Now, immediately at the start of this chapter, cutscene skip, go to the... wait. Wait. I've never... Okay, that's a shame that... Did you see that? there was a guy on the taxi. Nice one, Dragon Engine. Man, now I feel bad for being so optimal. We could have observed dude on taxi in his natural habitat, but I just despawned him. Anyway, interact with the taxi. Taxi to Iwao Bridge. Walk forward. And actually, there's something here that I did not mention yet about using taxis, which I need to talk about soon. So, yeah, you sometimes will have a fight spawn around here. You can use this vending machine to despawn it. Don't talk to these guys again because that takes you directly into a fight. Oh, come on, Karu. Now we want to go down here. And talk to this guy. Immediately cutscene skip. Bottom option, immediately cutscene skip again. Back to the taxi. And now something... I wonder if I'll manage to make this happen here. What happens if I hold forward? Okay, you see that Kiryu actually went to the right, even though I was holding confirm and forward. The reason for that is, if you look down here at the taxi we interacted with, we were facing this direction, down, or south, as we were interacting with this taxi. And when we taxied here, for some reason, when you first load into an area, the game still thinks you're looking the same way you were before. So as you load into an area, you will, in many cases, just go the wrong way. So it's better to hold A and only start holding forward as the camera fades in. Because at that point, your camera is readjusted. You can do like a super optimal thing where you always hold the direction that's going to be your new direction forward in the screen coming up and try to figure that out each time. It would be an optimization, but honestly, I prefer to just wait for the camera to load in, hold A, load in, and then just start running. Sometimes you'll get a fight out here. Don't worry about it. Just run past it. This interaction will despawn it. Not this one, but this one. And this one you can actually skip. Okay, and now is when you... Actually, I want to save in front of this. So this is the one part of the run... One of the few parts of the run where I still need notes. Because I, for some reason, keep forgetting what the codes are here. So here you're supposed to go and find out the answer to this riddle in the green shop we used in Chapter 4 to avoid that one fight spawn. So it's 110, 100, 109, but you go from right to left. So it's like this, this, and this. And then you skip the cutscene. And then you go in here, skip another cutscene, skip another cutscene, or you can just do that. That's... I meshed too much. See, I'm used to this. And during the transition from the cutscene skip, you can already press up. So you start pressing up, 4 to down to 8, 5. So it's 5, 8, 2, 4, but you spell it from like right to left. And if you did everything correctly there, you should be getting this fight spawn. This is also, I think this is the camera bug, right? Yeah, so usually in cutscenes there's a special camera angle that the game uses, but sometimes it bugs out and it shows you like a normal camera angle as if you're controlling the... It can be confusing sometimes, just be aware that it can sometimes happen. So let me just show how I do this kind of quickly, although I am very liable to screw this up. Whoa, almost did it. Alright, that's... Oh! That's an okay start. Come up here. No! Oh my god. Okay, I fucked it up. Oh man. I don't usually fuck this up during runs, but yeah, this is the correct camera angle. Let me try that again. Just because I want to at least try and show how that should properly look. Alright, much better. Okay. Kinda whiffed the last input a bit, but that's fine. Text skip through this. Coming out of here, sometimes there will be a very, very awkward fight spawn. Yeah, we actually got it. So this fight spawn, sometimes these guys will be like up here or here, and at that point I'll just YOLO it. If they're this close to the intersection, I actually like to despawn them with the vending machine, because there's actually a clip on this channel called something like Enemy has 1000 Perception, which Tapioca made, which is me getting caught by this fight spawn, even though you should by all rights have enough time to just run past it. But I decided not to risk it anymore, so when I get to that point on a good pace, I just despawn them using the vending machine. 2 cutscene skips here, and then text skip. And as you are pulling out your saw, which we assigned to D-pad right, we are going to use muscle soda here. This guy actually has quite a bit of HP. By the way, nice thing about this fight is if you whiff using muscle soda and accidentally hit him with an unmuscle sodaed attack once, you still do enough damage with your next 2 swings to get rid of him. So you really only need muscle soda for 2 of these swings. We do, however, want to have enough muscle soda for the next fight. So ideally, the muscle soda you use here will still be on you when we get to the next fight. No reason why that shouldn't happen. Not a lot that happens between those 2 parts. But yeah, you go to Shofukuchu, talk to this guy, skip his cutscene, skip 3 more cutscenes. Now for this fight, usually the thing to do is to actually use light attacks for the beginning of it. Because what we do is we get like a wide swing here, and we can take all these guys out. Then to clean up, you can just use heavy attacks. You can use light attacks on the dudes who you already knocked down to low HP. But that might... If you miss, you might use up too much of the saw for the later parts of the run, so... I prefer to use... after the first light attack combo, I prefer to just use heavy attacks. Okay, so there's a lot of cutscene skips here. I switch hands very often in this part. And this is another one of the parts in the game where I actually recommend using first-person view. Because Kiryu kind of like wobbles to the left and right here, and he's actually far easier to control in first person. Now, you might get the temptation to get very greedy in this part since you're moving slowly already. I would recommend really not doing this. I've actually lost a run recently to being way too greedy on this part and getting caught by one of the guys, so just be very calm. Just kind of give everyone a wide berth. No need to be too quick here. If you do get caught by one of these guys, you can actually... So this part is weird, because it looks like the pub should be an area trigger. It is an area trigger when you walk up to it, but if one of these guys initiates a fight with you, it does not get broken up if you go here. You actually still need to fight the guys, which is unfortunate, because you would think, oh, if we get into a fight, we're at, you know, max movement speed again, and we can just... Oh my god. And we can just run past all these guys, but no, that sadly does not work. I'm close to dying, which is why you do want some healing items during this part. Jesus, I was actually... That was a very bad pedestrian RNG. Way more than you usually see. But yeah, this is why you want healing items, which we're actually going to be using in the fight coming up here. Now, this sub-story, you don't really do it for any sort of money or item or anything like that. It's just faster to do it because the taxi that it blocks is really useful during this run. So even though it's a time loss, on paper, it's a net time gain to come here and do this sub-story. So once this guy shows up, you can cutscene skip again. And when this fight starts, you go to the left, pick up the bike, swing it. Actually, he might have killed me there if I hadn't paused fast enough. But yeah, muscle soda. And I like to use 2 toughness Zs at this point, just to bring my health back up. You might think, why would you even be worried about being in critical health during this run? Because it's on easy. I will explain at the end of this chapter. But after you do all this, you actually want to bring your attack up to 174. And you need to go through 2 limits here. So remember, once you get to 140 and 160, you need to go up and you want to bring yourself to 174. And that should be enough. Now we want to still keep the muscle soda from that fight and use it in this next fight. If there's no fight spawn down here, that means that there's one in the golf center. I've never actually gotten caught by that fight spawn, but oh, this is actually, wow, this is really bad. That could have legitimately initiated a fight. I've never seen them this far out. They're usually just coming out of the golf center as you're approaching. Anyway, cutscene skip, text skip. You should still have muscle soda, so 2 heavy attacks on this guy with the saw, and you are good. Again, you can get a bit of a step here before the phone call. Now, coming up on the river, this is an interact trigger. We actually need to talk to what's-his-face, guy in the purple suit, so it's not cool to get caught by a fight spawn here. So if you see a fight spawn on the minimap, vending machine, just to be on the safe side. Or in that case, not even to be on the safe side. They would have definitely caught up to me. And I'm actually going to save ahead of this. Talk to this guy, cutscene skip, text skip. And what I like to do here, in order to kind of get them to group up a bit, I go back, I pull out the saw, not the crowbar, and then I just start heavy attacks right here. Ideally, you don't use a lot of saw in this fight. You want to have some saw left for a mini-boss during Osaka Castle, but in recent runs, I almost never have enough. I just have gotten very, very unlucky with this fight in recent times. I think I can run past these guys. Yeah, this is fine. So the game really likes to put up fight spawns around here, but usually they're either here, where you don't need to worry about them at all, or they're right here, which if there's a fight spawn right here, it's actually kind of a problem because it can catch you, and you can use the taxi to despawn it, but you need to wait until the purple tint wears off. This one is fine though, just run past it. One thing you need to keep in mind, since we go to this taxi stop so often, in this part remember to go back. Not to the pub, but back to the massage place. Also don't mash A here or you'll pick up this joker, and be a joker, because you don't need to interact with that door. Skip a couple of cutscenes, test skip, and for this man, you pull out your saw, muscle soda, wham, bam. 5 saw charges is actually pretty good. Again, I'm getting luck here that I haven't been getting in any of my runs recently. And here you need to fill up on muscle soda. You do actually have an extra muscle soda for this part, so if you find yourself having to use an extra muscle soda between chapters 9 and Osaka Castle, that's fine, but that's the only leeway you have, just the one. And for this round of muscle soda, we need all 10. Alright, Osaka Castle, very important part of the run. Again, you can mash A because it's a story location. And these guys, I like to use a crowbar on them. One swing should do it. Wham, wham. You know I'm just gonna have a perfect Osaka Castle now that this is an actual run. By the way, after that cutscene where Kuneda runs away, it can be disorienting where you are. I find that holding down and left with the control stick always takes you in the right direction. So this is actually a part of the run where I would look at the minimap more than I would look at the actual camera, because the minimap is less confusing. Get this. Now, these guys are super annoying. We didn't need to use a muscle soda on Kuneda on the beginning fight here, because we still had the muscle soda from Misaki. But at this point, you are going to generally need a muscle soda, so just use it as you're swinging here. Take care of this guy. Now, as you see, when these guys do their right-left movement, you'll almost never hit them. So you want to time it so that you're going past that. By the way, you can quick step after opening doors, just to get your momentum back a little bit faster. Do it forward, not to the right like I did. Quick step through this. Nice. And this is where you tend to run out of crowbar, so at this point I like to equip this Oakwood Katana and use that. Although this guy, honestly, you can just run like this. do a running kick and finish him off like that. Alright, painful part of the run coming up. This is another point where console kind of has an advantage. We're going to use the Gatling gun here. This Gatling gun, its aim sensitivity is tied to FPS, and no, there's no in-game option to control the sensitivity. But it just takes some getting used to. So we start from Kaneda. Make sure to keep him in your sight. Then go up to these guys. Make sure you shoot these guys before they come up, because they can get to a point where they're so far up the stairs that you can't shoot them and you need to finish them yourself. Now, you notice how I just phased through those sandbags? That's because as the game loads in this scene, it takes it a while to load the collision of the sandbags. So if your angle on the control stick is right and you do it fast enough, you can just run past them. If you're too slow, you're gonna have to run off to the side, and that's a bit slower, but it's not too terrible. So now we keep running, get up to this fight, and this is Kuneda 2. Very important about this fight. First of all, pull out your saw and use a muscle soda. Do not try to take out Kuneda's goons before you get him, because he will call up a fresh wave of goons, and that's going to be very, very sad for everyone involved. So just take care of him first, be on the safe side. Unfortunately, these spikes are really annoying. And yeah, this part of the run is actually kind of horrible. These guys can, like... Oh, yeah. These guys love to jump around, jump up, and get down. And this is terrible. This is where I just want to stop running this game. This is where I wish I never heard of Yakuza Kiwami 2. Can you look at this? What a good video game. Love this run. Thank you, sir. Thank you for letting me swing at you. And yep. Now you got the actual... This is like the genuine... Most of Osaka Castle actually went well so far. This is like the genuine Osaka Castle experience. If this happens, then if this happens to you, congratulations. You are now a K2 runner. My condolences. Why do I run this game? As you're coming up here, up to what is... I don't think there's any argument that this is one of the most glorious moments captured in human culture. But as you're coming up to it, you want to use the muscle soda right away. Because you might run out of muscle soda during this fight, and you don't want that to happen. And yeah, we just fight a couple of tigers, apparently. Isn't that cool? But the timing for this fight to be optimal is pretty delicate. So you want to pull out your nameless katana. Wait like a split second. My visual cue is usually when the tiger kind of roars there. Once his head is all the way up, that's my visual cue to swing. So heavy attack with the nameless katana. Mash, 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 mash. This mash isn't nearly as demanding as it looks, but the game likes to really hype up these guys, which, I mean, can you blame it? Now, as we get out of this QTE, I'm going to swing at where the tiger on the left was. And that's how we get the first swing on him, like so. Now wait for him to do that. 2 hits. Now, we actually got good RNG. If he does like the overhead swing, that's really good RNG because we're going to feel the heat immediately. Typically what he's going to do is he's going to lunge at you. If that happens, you will hit him as he lunges, so he will get knocked down to feel the heat health, but he will knock you down to the ground as you do it. So you just get up and do feel the heat when you after you get up. Another warning here, much like Shindo in Chapter 9, this tiger can actually get out of feel the heat. And he can swing around at you as you're mashing, and even on easy, with a full combo, if you're low health, he can kill you. So this is why I heal at the beginning of this chapter, just because I want to make sure that whatever happens, I don't die to this tiger going out of whack. Since you're going to your muscle soda anyway, you might as well heal. So that's the reason for that. Anyway, feel the heat. And that was the genuine Osaka Castle experience. One of the reasons why I'm so unsatisfied with my time in this game is I can save almost half a minute in Osaka Castle. It's actually ridiculous how bad this part has been going for me. Tiger drop, indeed. So this is a part of the game where it really, like, the game really wants you to hang out with Haruka. However, hanging out with Haruka is slow. So we are just gonna try and speed it up as much as we can. You know, when I first played this game, I thought Haruka's requests are actually mandatory because I couldn't figure out where to progress the game. And I ended up playing so much virtual on that I just wanted to stop existing. That was fun times. Anyway, after skipping those two cutscenes, run back here. Taxi to West Sodenborg Street. And then you're gonna get this phone call, cutscene skip, one up, go down here. Now, this is where the camera can do weird stuff. So, I was talking about some camera weirdness with the taxi. Another thing that I can't really contrive this to happen, but sometimes instead of the camera loading in behind you, it'll be like from this angle, but zoomed way, way back. It's as if the camera, you text it here, but the camera is still here, and it's like trying to catch up to you down here. Just try to identify when this happens, because you will, instead of moving right, you will have to move like down and to the left. So just be aware of that. Also, if for some reason you need to stock up on muscle soda, this is another good time to do that. Cutscene skip, interact with this, cutscene skip here, another cutscene skip. Down, text skip, Nani. And once the fade out happens, another cutscene skip. Now for these guys, we are not going to use our weapons because we have a much better thing, a big, big sign. So go back at these guys. As you're swinging, use your muscle soda. And that's all she wrote. Sometimes you'll need another swing if you got bad luck with their spread, but usually one swing is enough. 3 cutscenes to skip here. And then we run back to the same taxi all the way in the southeastern corner of Sodenborg. Back again to West Sodenborg Street. 1 down. And now you want to run to Stigel. So this one's an interact trigger, but again, much like with the golf club, it's practically impossible to get caught by a fight spawn here. You want to get in this way, cutscene skip immediately, not like what I did, and then go back before the door closes, which is way, way easier than Chapter 10. You need to go to the river, but this is again an area trigger like in Chapter 10, unlike Chapter 12. So you don't need to worry about fight spawns either here or here. Can just keep on running. Cutscene skip. cutscene skip, and now we can go forward instead of backwards. Now, are we gonna get the... Okay, this is the fight spawn I was talking about before. This one rarely will catch you as you're running to the taxi, but it can happen. So if you want to be super careful, you want to interact with the vending machines here to despawn these guys. But honestly, like 9 times out of 10, or even 99 times out of 100, they're not going to even be close to catching you. So you just go up here, up to Shofukuchu, and we go into the pub. Coming up, another really cool part of this run, the highway set piece, which actually has some really neat tech. Cutscene skip, bottom option, text skip this as well. And now we need to skip 3 cutscenes. Now this is another rare part of the run where you don't need to use muscle soda right away. You just grab this guy on the right. You can grab the guy in the middle, but right guy is actually more consistent, I think. Swing him, knock all these guys off, and now we need to do a bit of a menu. Now we do want to use muscle soda. You keep your nameless katana. In this equip menu, you only switch your left and your right weapons. So I put on a crowbar and a handgun, and as you exit, before the next phase loads in, left D-pad, take out your crowbar. Now these guys, you want to just group them together as much as possible and use the... Oh, that's not a good start at all. Oh no, this is horrible. Oh wow. Okay, I'm glad this happens though, because I get to show some fallbacks. The beauty of the crowbar is it has just such a wide swing. Oh no, yeah, gun guys love to do this. This is the part where you're supposed to pick the grenade back up and throw it at the guy. That's very slow. So what we want to do here is shoot him. However, targeting as anything else in this engine, in this game, doesn't always work too well. So be very careful before shooting. So pull out your gun, carefully aim, heavy attack, and put your gun away at the end of this. Very important to start this next phase without a weapon in your hand. Because what we want to do is we want to run up to this guy, this time grab the big guy in the middle, swing him around, wham, wham, and I usually use a muscle soda here and pull out the nameless katana. There's a chance I could have made it through without using any extra muscle soda, but we have leeway with our muscle soda anyway, and I don't really want to take the risk. Tapioca in his PB actually, I think, does this whole section with 1 muscle soda, which is an incredible feat. I've done it, I think, a couple of times, but it's really hard. Anyway, 3 heavy attacks on this Joker. And we are done. Good time to sip on your tea or water or whatever else you're drinking. That's fine. Dude is totally not dead. We will actually see him in the finale, so it's all good. Alright. Coming up here, this is another place where you can run into a very tragic fight spawn. Luckily, this one's north of us instead of south, so we're good. Oh, we actually get both. Nice. Alright, let's try to YOLO this to the taxi. Nice. So, one thing to notice here, remember what I said about waiting for a fade-in before moving your analog stick? So, you'll notice as we fade into Millennium Tower, there's a lot of guys here. If you're careless with your movement, you might actually run into them, which is not cool, so be careful there. Let's go down here, and before you start this fight, you want to use muscle soda. Actually, you can use it during this fight, but I do find it a bit more consistent to use it before. And what I usually do at this point, especially if I feel like I used up a lot of my crowbar, is I will equip the Oakwood Katana to the right slot again, just for the extra bit of safety. So, interact with this elevator. And what you want to do is you want to pull out your Nameless as soon as possible. And you want to take out Kurahashi right at the start with 3 hits. If you have 3 hits left on your nameless, don't use any more of it, because we need 3 hits for a fight in Chapter 14. So either use your crowbar or Oakwood Katana. That's another reason why you want to equip that weapon at this point, even though it's mostly used in Chapter 4. And then you do Feel the Heat. The reason why you want to do Feel the Heat after taking care of all these guys is that otherwise you will have like a bit of a wait before you can control Kiryu again, and it also puts away your weapon when you do Feel the Heat. So it is slightly more optimal to leave Kurahashi for last. Of course, if you just want to be, I don't know, if you stay too close to him and accidentally trigger Feel the Heat or something else goes wrong, it's not that big of a problem. Like, you can still just take care of the rest of his guys. But it's slightly more optimal to save him, to save Feel the Heat for last. And there's a lot of cutscene skips. And a lot more cutscene skips. All right. So there's a lot of going A to B for the next section of this chapter, so there's not really that much to talk about. One thing that's really important is at this point in the run, it's kind of ingrained to you that when you leave Serena, you go south on Tenkaichi and Taxi. That's very, very bad, because what you actually need to do, and again, this is one of those places where you can take a cheeky step before cutscene skipping, you actually need to go north to Dakamoto. Now, if these guys show up, you can try to YOLO them like I just did there. On an actual run on a good pace, I probably would have gone for the vending machine on the left. Cutscene skip this. Cutscene skip this. And now we need to go to the taxi at the end of Tenkaichi. Man, this is some really good energy. Other than the Saka capsule at the end, which was actually pretty typical of my runs, we're getting some pretty good stuff happening here, which, you know, is typical of a speedrun. Good things only happen when you don't need them. This is again a plot location, so you can just mash confirm, skip cutscenes. I always have a queue when there's a long sequence of cutscene skips where I can go to my normal grip from the 90-degree grip I was talking about earlier, so this gun cutscene is the one where I go back to holding the controller normally. And then you just go back to this taxi and go to West Park. I realized, by the way, I don't always use the name for the taxi stop that's in the actual taxi menu. That's because I don't really know them, because I don't tend to look at them for too long. So, yeah. And this is another place where going at a 45-degree angle against the wall can be useful, because it, like, launches you down, and you only need to go straight down anyway, so yeah, that's another good place to do that. Alright, come up here, skip 2 cutscenes. Oh, that was frame perfect, and I cancelled out of it. Chinatown? This is not Chinatown. There's actually a Chinatown or a Little Asia in some Yakuza games. It's not here, though. This is called Purgatory. You're gonna get another phone call just as you leave. Cancel out of that as well, or cutscene skip out of that. Another one right as we go between the cone and the sign. This guy's gonna pester us as we leave here. Go to the left. And Millennium Tower. And you wanna walk up here. I used to actually cutscene skip out of this, but I think actually text skipping is faster. Alright. Put out your crowbar, and as you swing, use muscle soda. Okay, yeah, I'm definitely going to need backup weapons. Actually, that one is also faster to text skip. I just cutscene skipped out of habit. Whew! Luckily, we managed to just run past these guys. I don't know that you necessarily want to YOLO that. I took a... I mean, this isn't a run, so I really didn't take a risk, but that could be risky in an actual run. Anyway, this fight coming up, you can, if you have enough uses of your crowbar left, you can just finish these guys off with crowbar, and it may even be slightly faster, but I'm actually going to show you a backup. So remember the fight against the big boys in Chapter 7 in this clinic? I'm actually going to use the same table against these guys. And now, big swing with muscle soda. Up, up. So yeah, in both terms of reliability and time, I would argue that crowbar is better, but if you don't have enough crowbar uses, then table is an okay backup. This one's actually faster to cutscene skip. And now we should have plenty of muscle soda left, which is good because we're going to need it for the fight coming up. We actually do have an extra muscle soda. Sometimes you don't, sometimes you have to use an extra one earlier, so it's good to know to be optimal here. I'm going to skip this cutscene, but oh no, I didn't. Okay, I can still pause here. Actually, which one's the guy I wanna... Okay, see this guy on the left with the red shirt? He is super aggro and super dangerous, and he goes down to 3 nameless katana hits. And other weapons take longer to take him out, so you really wanna make sure that you have a nameless katana with 3 uses at this point in the run. You can use your other weapons if you don't have enough, but this is the optimal way to do it. Pull out your nameless katana and completely whiff the whole thing. Okay, it's backup time. Okay, that sometimes happens. So... Let me see, actually. Let me see. Do I have an autosave right before that fight? So this time, let me actually save before the fight starts. By the way, you will very often have fight spawns here. As you can see, this time they're not dangerous because they're moving away from us. But you have those vending machines, you have another vending machine there. There's lots of ways to get rid of this fight spawn. So let me just quickly save here. And let me show you how, hopefully how this fight works when you do it properly. Alright, so wait a bit for the lock-on. Okay, excellent. Now pull out your Oakwood Katana. And clean up. Alright, nice. This basically ends the part of the run where the weapon route is particularly tight. Of course, we only have the finale left, but the finale has a lot of fights in it. But there are a lot of good weapons in the finale itself that we use, so we don't actually need any of the weapons we picked up. Now, this section is kinda interesting. I want to discuss this a bit, so... we go out here to the taxi. It's very confusing here. When I started running this game, I would accidentally taxi to Southernbury here because I would think I need to go to Tojo Clan HQ, but no, you actually just need to go to West Park. Okay, so 2 cutscene skips. And this is where there's another waiting section. The moment we step out of the park, what's going to happen is there's a 3-minute timer that's going to count down, and we can't progress essentially until it finishes ticking down. So what we do here, there used to be a strat that I saw a lot of people use, which was very risky, which what they did is to pass the time, they would actually run down here and like try, basically they would run all the way on foot to Serena to try to avoid fight spawns and basically get muscle soda on the way there. And the risk of this is that if you do get caught by a fight spawn, that probably kills your run, or at least loses you a lot of time. So why did people do this instead of what I'm going to show you, which is to simply get muscle soda here. Kiru! Go to this taxi and just taxi to Serena. Well, the reason for that is going into that taxi menu causes the timer to stop ticking for 1 second. So for 1 second time save, that's something a lot of people did. If you feel like going for it and saving 1 second this way, be my guest. I find this to be phenomenally unnecessary. We are not at the point of this run where we need a 1 second time save so badly that you will risk killing your run in like the last 10 minutes. Just because you might get caught by a fight spawn, because not only do you have to avoid fight spawns, there's like a lot of sub-stories that you trigger automatically with Haruka. Like there's one here, there's another one around here. So you actually really need to know where you're going, and it can be messy. So I prefer to just do it like this, but you know, your mileage may vary. At any rate, once you go up here, you want to park your ass in front of this door, and you want to go into first-person mode. The reason for this is that if you're in third-person mode, after a while, Kiryu will go into a idle animation, forget the term for it, like so, and this pauses the timer. And if you're in first person, this doesn't happen. So at this point, we just need to essentially stand here and stare at the door. During an actual run, this is another possible break. Actually, why don't I take a break? Now I waited too long and I don't want the prompt to come up before I come back. So essentially, we are just going to stay here and wait for a phone call and cutscene skip the moment it comes back up, or the moment it comes up. The moment of Zen. A good moment to like sit back and relax before the finale, which can be a big time loss if you mishandle it, and I did lose a lot of time in the finale during my current PB. Another thing I want to improve. Should possibly put up the Wii Shop music during this part. Oh, and you get to enjoy Haruka's puns during this. What does she say in this one? In the first one? That's not the worst one. She has some really cringe lines in this that you just have to keep staring at as you're waiting for this trigger. Any second now. Any second now. Alright. There you go. Mash confirm at the door. Skip to cutscenes. Ooh, it's never good when there's a fight spawn on the way there. Oh, It actually, it's kind of weird. As you're walking out of Serena, the fight spawns will sometimes switch around. It's very strange. Anyway, again, plot location, can just mash through it. 2 cutscene skips. And that's the Kiryu leave moment that everybody enjoys. And now we're at the finale. So right here, just skip the first cutscene, turn around to Date, text skip, bottom option, text skip, and yeah, we are at the finale. This is one of my favorite parts of the run. This is a really cool part. So starting out here. Also, did I remember to pick up Muscle Soda? Because if not, we're in a bit of trouble. Is half the run avoiding fight spawns? At least. Alright, as you swing this sign at these guys, use Muscle Soda as usual. You should usually be able to get rid of everyone in 2 swings, but sometimes you need a 3rd one. Alright, we go to the right. Pick up this Darkwood Sword, which is a really good weapon. Swing. Just 1 light swing at the barrier is enough. And now you want to use light attacks, because the Darkwood Sword actually has a lot of charges, and light attacks, they have a really big reach, so we like to use them when we can. The only reason we don't really... I'm so mad. This is going so much better than my PB. The only reason we don't tend to use light attacks a lot with other weapons is that we're tight on uses, on charges, but this is... I'm so mad right now, you have no idea. This is the best finale I've had in months. K2. At this point, you can just throw this sword away. Pick up Chinese Saber, put it in your inventory. Pick up this Darkwood Sword. Also put it in your inventory. You can, and I recommend that you always do, pick up this safety heal. For reasons I will talk about later. Darkwood Sword here. If you want to be extra safe, you can actually put this in your inventory and assign to your right slot, but to be optimal, you don't do it, and you don't have to do it. Alright, so you want to go to the right here. You want to line this hit up so you hit both of these guys at the same time, because after you hit one of them with a heavy attack, you'll get a QTE, and if you only hit one of them, you'll have to finish the other one off after QTE. So it is optimal to get both of them at the same time. Let's see if we did it. We did! Excellent. Remember to do the QTE, because sometimes I get so excited that I forget to do this QTE after. Again, if one of them survives, just do like an overhead swing after that. Hit the door, quick step through. And this fight is the entire reason we play the game in max FOV. So let me just walk up here, get rid of this guy, get rid of this guy, and let's look at the map. There are 3 locations on this map where enemies can spawn at this point. Here, here, and here. And what we want to do is basically neutralize this and this, these 2 spots so that they all spawn here. And this is just faster, more consistent, allows us to get to them faster than if they're coming in from these 2 spots. So this is why we have max FOV. And you kind of need to control your camera and make sure that it's looking at these 2 spots, but not at this spot. Because you don't want... You can, if you're too close to this spot, also prevent enemies from spawning here. And that's bad, because we do want enemies to keep spawning. The fight will not progress until they all spawn. So we hang out around here. Every now and then you need to like go back up a bit. Oh, stop it. If you do get knocked down, by the way, it's not run over. You can just... oh, this is bad. I'm actually going to have to... Yeah. So yeah, I fucked this up a bit. I had to let the other guy spawn at another site. If you do lose your Darkwood Sword, if you do get knocked down and it breaks, you can just go do the equip menu that I'm going to do right now and use your other Darkwood Sword. You don't need all of it anyway for the rest of the fight, so that's a good backup. But yeah, at this point, I would Muscle Soda up, and I would equip Darkwood Sword to the left slot, and the Chinese saber to the up slot. Put it out here. There's going to be a guy with grenades here. Yeah, okay. Sadly, he caught me mid-swing. Generally, you can avoid getting hit by that grenade by just dodging appropriately, but I just didn't manage to do it. Got caught mid-swing. Okay, and now we are coming to the final fight with our friend Man in Black. Pull out your Darkwood sword that you just equipped. 3 hits, a bit of a step, and another one here. If you don't do a little step forward after the 3rd hit, I find that you usually miss him, and he can attack you and actually do quite a bit of damage. Even on easy, it's kind of dangerous to get hit by this guy. But on Legend, he can just straight up... on Legend, he can just straight up one-shot you there. And I actually like to muscle soda before this fight. Cutscene skip. Ryuji 2. Going to look a lot like a lot of other boss fights with a few nuances. So pull out your Chinese saber. Heavy attack. Heat move. And overhead. Now we're gonna have these 4 QTE prompts. Just be careful with these. You can actually miss some of the earlier ones, but don't miss the last one. Let him move a bit and then hit him, because he has iframes at the beginning. Wanna draw them out. Bum bum bum. All right. Skip 3 cutscenes here. And now this fucking guy. I cannot begin to tell you how much I fucking hate this man. As does every other runner of this game. So if you don't have enough muscle soda up as you pull out the Darkwood Katana, you need to hit this guy with a 3-hit combo. Hitting him with the last 2 hits of a 3-hit combo should be enough, but I prefer to be safe. So we just had 2 QTEs there. You want to fail the first one. The first one is always A, so just mash X or something like that. Or, you know, if you're on DualShock, X will be the right one, so just mash square, I guess. Whatever button is not the right one, because it's actually faster to fail that QTE, and it only does a bit of damage if you do. The second QTE, however, you need to succeed, and that puts him in Feel the Heat mode. Much like with Kurahashi, it's actually optimal to finish off his dudes before you do Feel the Heat. So just do Feel the Heat, and at this point, sometimes, much like Shindo, much like the Tigers, this guy can actually break out of Feel the Heat and start shooting you. And even on easy, that's got a very, very good chance of killing you. So if that happens, just go here and use the Toughness Infinity that we picked up earlier during the chapter. But we don't really need it here. Our HP is very high, so I'm just going to do Feel the Heat. Alright, so I know you're thinking, look, most of these boss fights are really easy. Does the last boss at least have, you know, a bit more challenge to it? And he does. This strat is actually very, very sophisticated. So it's going to start exactly like other boss fights. If you need to use a muscle soda here, I don't think I need to. Pull out your Chinese saber. Heavy. Heat move. And overhead. Now this QTE is, I think, always mash B. Yeah. And after this one, the big twist. We do a second overhead swing. Whoa! The fucking strats in this game. Anyway, You really don't want to miss this QTE, so just be calm, make sure you press the right button, and split. And that's K2 any percent. Actually didn't take quite as long as I thought it would. Less than 5.5 hours. I thought I would be here for at least 6. But yeah, that's the video game. Thanks for watching. I know a 5.5 hour tutorial for a less than 2 hour run is a bit much. To be fair, some of these are breaks, so the actual final tutorial will be shorter, but it's still gonna be long. Again, like I said, a lot of this is for me just to sum up everything I've learned about this run over the past couple of months. Or month and a half, rather. But yeah, that's really all I have to say. I hope this will be useful for others. Hope this was an entertaining, informative watch. And yeah, I will just leave you with that. And also with the recommendation to maybe run other Yakuza games like 0 and K1, which I'm not gonna say they're better runs, but they are. No, but really, have fun with this game, and feel free to like talk to me if you have questions or suggestions or anything like that. I'm always happy to hear from new runners. Alright, that's gonna be me. Thanks everyone. Have a good one. Bye bye.